Say go flashback to you anytime you praise yourself. Oh, remember God is watching you. it, falling on your knees and looking up for some hope tonight. You try to stand up, but you throw your hands up like you no longer have the strength to fight. Cause you've seen too many sunsets, too many days ending in the darkest night. But on your own you'll never know, you'll never know. If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water, the water. Believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water. If you believe. They say that all you need is faith, but it's almost like you lost your way. Took a few wrong turns, took a few breaks, falling behind now looking for grace. Cause you need someone to lift you up, yeah, make right all the things you've done. Cause on your own you'll never know, you'll never know. If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water, the water. Believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water. If you believe, if you believe, you can do anything, you can do anything, you can do anything if you believe. If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water, the water. Believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water. If you believe, yeah.
You are the God of signs and wonders. You are the God of miracles. You gave me joy and peace within, Lord. Yes, I have come to testify. No one can do the things you do. Always on time, you never late. I've got to stand and testify, Lord. This miracle.
Come on, stand up on your feet and say, we testify, we celebrate.
For all you've done, Lord, we give you all the praise.
Oh, we testify, we celebrate.
Lord, we give you all the praise.
Hey, we testify, we celebrate. Lord, everything you've
Lord, we
done,
give you all the praise.
we testify, we
are the God of miracles. You gave me joy and peace within, Lord. Yes, I have come to testify. No one can do the things you do. Always on time, you never late. I've got to stand and testify, Lord. This miracle.
Come on, stand up on your feet and say, we testify. We celebrate.
For all you've done, Lord, we give you all the praise.
Oh, we testify. We celebrate.
Lord, we give you all the praise. You'll be alright. In the morning, the sun's gonna shine. In the morning, no clouds in the sky. When it's dark in your life, just wait for the daylight.
Someone tell me what's wrong. Why my nights last so long? It's getting hard to believe that you can hear me. Then you give me a sign that you heard me pray. And you let me know this dark night won't last always. 'Cause in the morning,
You'll be alright.
oh, you'll be in the morning.
Sun's gonna shine.
Shine, shine, yeah, yeah, yeah.
No clouds in the sky.
No clouds in the sky.
Dark in your life, just wait for the daylight.
So many ups and downs, you don't know where to start. So many nights you cried, life was breaking your heart. It may seem real hard, ain't no help in sight. But don't you worry about it tonight, 'cause you're gonna be alright, yeah. In the morning,
Sun's gonna shine.
just a few, yeah. In the morning,
Clouds in the sky.
you don't have to worry, no.
Dark in your life, just wait for the daylight. The shadows on my feet so I can dance.
Greetings, everybody. Jambo. We are about to get started with our program. We will start with the playing of the national anthem and the East African national anthem. Let us all stand for the national anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
All right, we'll have prayer by Sam from Families First, Futures First, but we'll give a couple minutes for people to come in and have a seat. And then, Sam, you can come up.
Hi, morning everyone. Thank you for taking the time to show up for this forum. I'm just gonna get started. Let's bow down our head and say a quick prayer. For the Lord, dear Lord, we'd like to thank you for the gift of seeing a new day. We thank you for our health. We thank you, Father, for the gift of networking. As we continue with this forum for the next few days, we do ask for your protection. In the Lord's name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. So I'll start with a few opening remarks. Again, Jambo and Karibu, delegates of the first Global African Diaspora Forum. My name is Adeoti Oguntoye, and I'm the co-founder of The Imperative, a fund that's dedicated to the wealth, health, and connectedness of Black people globally. My task today is to really provide some framing for this convening. I want to start with how we got here, or what I mean by that is why there's a need for such a conference. If we recall that for generations after generations, those who colonized us undervalued and undermined our culture. They underdeveloped our institutions while committing crimes against humanity, against our body and our land. We were separated, discouraged, and even sometimes banned from using our indigenous languages, our names, and our cultural practices. Even today, we are treated poorly by our former colonizers. We're given unfair terms in terms of loans. Our resources and cultural heritage are used to benefit the Western world to the detriment of our own people. This has a detrimental effect on our people, so much so that many of us have chosen to leave our indigenous lands and follow our resources to the West. If we are honest, other groups that have gone through this type of hardship, they don't exist anymore as a people. If we are honest with ourselves, we should not even be here today. With the cultural genocide and physical genocidal actions for which we have been subjected to, we should not dare to have the wherewithal and the temerity to gather today as African descendants from across the globe. Yet here we are, boldly proclaiming our heritage, our language, and our connectedness. This is nothing short of a miracle. Love, black love, the love of black people, is a revolutionary and evolutionary action. What those that would undermine us will never fully understand is that their attempts to keep us down and push us deeper into the ground just makes our roots expand even further. As the foundation of all civilizations, we cannot be erased as a people without the human race suffering dramatically. As the rest of the world gesticulates about what they will do to improve the environment, as our globe heats up to unsustainable levels, African nations have taken action. Here in Kenya, plastics are banned from coming in the country, and 90% of the grid power is powered by renewable energy. I think that's something for us to clap about. When other people have been given the hand that we have been dealt, no one else could have been given the hand that we have been dealt and not only survive, but thrive in so many areas in the world. The West is learning that Africa and her descendants are not only to just be students, but we are also the teachers as well. As the foundation of the earth, it is imperative that we take our rightful place. But to do so, we have to believe in each other, work together to develop strategies, policies, and practices that center our own best interests. We have to change both the narratives about us and the reality of the world that we live in. We are here to tell the truth about who we are, and in so doing, repair untrue narratives about what we can accomplish in the world. We have been intentionally distanced from each other by location and culture. But as we learn to connect through both proximity and culture, we will reclaim our rightful place in global affairs. We are not poor nations. We are preyed upon. We are not warring factions. We have been intentionally undermined. We do not need Western dollars to survive. We just need to develop our own resources internally. When we reframe the conversation from deficit-based thinking to healing and asset-based framing, we realize that we are enough. You and I together show that 1 + 1 can equal 3. What I mean by that is we are more than the sum of our parts. This gathering is proof that we all believe that. This forum is part of our way forward. I want to thank everyone for attending as we run our part of the relay race of life. Asante Sana. Now I want to call to the stage my friend and founder of the Shima Foundation, Asaya Emaya.
Good morning, everyone. Karibu to Nairobi. Welcome to Nairobi. It's an honor to be here today to stand before you representing the Shima Foundation at this esteemed gathering. I am also part of the African diaspora, but my journey is different because many years again, it speaks about the power of the internet. I was looking for a job online, Mount Elgon in Kenya, where I come from. But I actually started feeling at home in every African country where I went. I felt at home in Zimbabwe, in Ethiopia, in Sierra Leone, and in many other countries where I went. And that's actually, for me, the awareness that being in the diaspora exposed me to. This forum today serves as a powerful platform for bringing together African individuals, communities, and organizations from around the world to celebrate our shared heritage, address common challenges, and forge a path towards a brighter future. As we gather here, it is imperative that we acknowledge the significance of the African diaspora and the profound impact it has had on shaping global history, culture, and development. From the forced migration of Africans to voluntary migration, like mine, that have followed, the African diaspora has left an indelible mark on every continent, enriching societies and contributing to their progress. Today, we stand at a critical juncture in history where our collective efforts are needed more than ever before to address the challenges facing the African diaspora and to build a more inclusive and equitable world. The theme of this forum, Repair, Reclaim and Reframe, captures the essence of our mission to unite, inspire, and empower people of African descent across the globe. One of the pressing issues we must address is the urgent need to combat systemic racism and discrimination. When I've spoken to a lot of African migrants to countries like the UK, where I've lived for many years, almost everybody faces racism. But the only reason why they can't fight it is because going through the legal system is very expensive. But in the years I've lived in London, I've seen individuals take cases to court by themselves without necessarily going to a lawyer and win in court. This is a serious problem, particularly because we see it even in our own countries, in Africa, where racism rears its head. I believe that through education, advocacy, and collaboration, we can challenge existing structures and ensure that every individual of African descent, including in Africa, is afforded the same opportunities, rights, and dignities as our counterparts. Another key area of focus is economic empowerment. We must harness our collective economic power, foster entrepreneurship, and create pathways and economic advancement within our communities. In the last year, we've been planning this forum. I've got to meet organizations based in different parts of the world, the Imperative Fund, the Ubele Initiative, and many others that are beginning to do work on the continent. Welcome. We are here to support you and to ensure you, to assure you that we, through working together, we can achieve great things for Africa. We must recognize the vital role of education in shaping the future of the African diaspora. Education is the key that unlocks doors, provides individuals with the tools and knowledge to thrive in an ever-changing world. By investing in quality education, promoting educational exchanges, and supporting initiatives that enhance educational opportunities for young people of African descent, we can create a generation of leaders equipped to tackle the challenges of tomorrow. I personally wouldn't be standing here. I personally wouldn't have got a job in London or traveled the world as I have without education. And in this continent right now, there is a lot of opportunity to invest in girls' education, to invest in childcare, where my other organization, Uthabiti Africa, focuses on, because that builds the future of Africa in fundamental ways, in ways that actually shift the systemic racism that has influenced even our educational and economic systems. I cannot forget to appreciate the Kenyan diaspora, of which I am partly part, for the role it plays in preserving and promoting Kenyan culture, traditions, and heritage everywhere. Everywhere now, in many cities in the world, you'll find a Kenyan restaurant. And if you have not gone there, if you are from London or the US, I'm sure we can signpost you to one. By investing in education, promoting educational exchanges, sorry, I think I'm repeating myself there. I would like to say that as the African diaspora, we must embrace and celebrate our rich cultural heritage. Today and during this week, we hope you will see a little bit of Maasai culture. We had hoped you will see more from our really important cultural organization across the road, but unfortunately, I don't know whether that will happen, but we will look at making something happen. But our culture, our music, our art, our cuisine, and language, right now, African music is ruling the world. It's something that we need to celebrate. The global African diaspora represents a really, really important moment for us, because it speaks of hope, unity, and progress that lies in the future if we work together collaboratively. We have the power to shape narratives, break down barriers, and uplift generations to come. We have the power to leverage our collective knowledge, skills, and networks to drive meaningful change and forge a future where every individual of African descent can thrive and contribute to a better world. This week, please focus on building those connections, because personally I know it is through the connections I made with Shen, who is here, with Derek, who's here, with Ade, again, who's here, who has worked with us through this, with Professor Iribe, with Evans from the East Africa Philanthropy Network. These connections that have been built over time have enabled this event to happen. It is the beginning of a conversation, and I would like to thank you for your patience this morning, and particularly to the organizing team for the hard work that they put in place overnight to get us a new venue, which looks actually more beautiful and more African, actually. And really, to everybody who's here and who's contributed to making this day a wonderful place, including our exhibitors. Thank you all for being part of this journey of reclaiming our dignity, reframing our conversations, and repairing the global conditions for Africa and Africans. Let us continue to work hand in hand, embrace our shared values, and transform our vision into a reality. This vision will require us to work harder, to mobilize resources. It will require us to be selfless and resilient, even as we face the challenges that climate change, increased racism. We know, for example, about the US, where the affirmative action sort of provision was cancelled recently. We are together in this, and we recognize what the challenges are in terms of just advancing our rights as Africans. I hope you enjoy Nairobi, you enjoy the conversations, and I wish you a wonderful time. God bless Kenya, and God bless Africa. Thank you.
We are about to bring up our moderator for the day. Ms. Tashana Mullings was named community hero in Jamaica, 30 under 30 for top Caribbean leaders. She also won the Governor General Award recipient for the parish of St. Thomas. She is a social change agent that believes that social change happens through edutainment. She uses her voice to train, coach, and consult with individuals, groups, and organizations to develop action plans and positive change. She is the Chief Success Officer at Next Step Lifelong Educational Services, where her aim is to run results-oriented workshops that facilitate the social change process and allows for effective running of groups or organizations and empowerment of all the people that are involved. Without further ado, let's bring up our moderator for the day, Ms. Tashana Mullings.
Come on, everybody, get your feet happy. Let's go, come on. Where my islanders? Can some of y'all run down here to the...
Good morning. What fitting music to bring me on about the Islanders. How is everyone doing? Very good. Put your hands together. If you're in this space, you are an agent for social change. And based on the introductions this morning, we're all aware that we're at the Global African Diaspora Forum. Are you excited for everything that will come out of this? Yes, and we're here to repair, to reclaim, and to reframe. I'm excited about that. I'm excited to be in Kenya, all the way from Jamaica, through New York, through Ivory Coast, through Addis Ababa, and finally here in Nairobi. I'm excited to be with you. Now, we are brought together here by a shared heritage, and I've been hearing all around Jamaican music everywhere. I feel like I'm at home. Am I at home? Yes, and I was introduced to this great movement through the You Better initiative that I've worked with in the UK, and in the audience is the CEO, Yvonne Field. She's here. Wave your hand, Yvonne. Yes, can you see her? I don't see. Okay, yes, she's right over here in this corner. Yes. Yes, I want to thank Yvonne and Michael Hamilton, who would have brought me in so that I could be here with you today. So today is about strength, resilience, diversity of the African diaspora. As I spoke to someone about coming here, they said to me, how does the African diaspora work as a sixth region? And I said, that is exactly the question we're grappling with. Are you happy to grapple with that question? Absolutely, yes. And I'm sure we'll find answers. And as we go through this program, I want us to also enjoy yourself, because we're in a space where we're developing solutions for our people all over the world. And that is exciting. Am I right? Clap once if that's exciting. Clap twice if that's exciting. It's early in the morning, so we'll keep the energy quite somber, and we'll keep it going up as we go through the day. Is that okay? Absolutely. So at this time, I'm going to introduce Veronica Atieno from Ueva Wema Initiative. She's going to come and share about what that initiative is all about and encourage us to support the booths as we'll support all the other booths in the foyer. Please put your hands together, make welcome Miss Atieno.
Good morning, all. Okay, I'm Veronica Atieno from Wezowema Initiative. We are on 10 number 5 from my left hand. Our group is all about, we are empowering women. We do crochet work, so we welcome you all to see our products and promote us. Thank you.
That was nice and brief. And throughout the day, we'll have different persons from all the booths doing just the same. They might not be as brief, but as sweet as she was. All right, now I'm going to invite for Ignite Talk. And the audience feels like you could do it and ignite. I was a little bit shocked by the weather when I landed and realized it was cold in Nairobi. I was expecting bright sunshine and heat, right? But Mr. Evans Okinye is going to bring us some of the heat with an Ignite Talk. So let me introduce Mr. Evans for you. So Evans Okinye is the CEO of the East Africa Philanthropy Network, EAPN. It's a regional network of over 80 organizations developing and nurturing philanthropy in East Africa. He's a seasoned nonprofit executive with over 10 years experience in network management, policy formulation and implementation, and stakeholders and partnership management. A lot of things he does. He oversees network missions of fostering a local giving and resource mobilization culture through an effective grant-making, advocacy, and networking. He's passionate about collaboratively driving the philanthropy sector through social transformation and catalyzing collective action through leadership and multi-sectoral engagement. Evans endeavors to advance progressive growth in the philanthropy sector, specifically through capacity, credibility, and the practices of various development action towards supporting local giving and effective grant making in advanced systems change and transformation. If you want to know a lot more about effective grant making and what the East Africa Philanthropy Network does, just put your hands together quite vibrantly for Mr. Evans Okinye.
We were in Zanzibar last week, and a gentleman was invited to welcome people for dinner, and he's an American. And the guy stood and said, "Welcome for dinner." And I saw the lady that just left, and that was the shortest, precise, succinct work ever done. So let's give that lady another round of applause. We are here to repair, to reclaim, and to reframe. And the mood I see in the room is not the mood I expected. And so I want us to do something very simple, but let's do it all of us. So the founders of this nation gave us the slogan around Harambe. How many of us know about Harambe? And what does it mean? Any Kenyan in the room? Harambe? Yes. 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 Yeah, thank you so much. So we are here for the next few days, and we want to do it in the spirit of Harambe, as we repair, as we reclaim, and as we reframe the narratives that have brought us together. So when I say Harambe, then we will come in and say repair, reclaim, and reframe. Are we together? So we'll do this before I go into my very long Ignite talk. So, Harambe! Nah. Emaya, give us breakfast. You know, we are in Africa, and there are things that we are known for. One of them is that we do things from our heart. I normally go to the US. In fact, there was a convening last month about Harambe. But those places, people give for incentives. But here we give because we were born givers. So I want you to give me a good sound. So when we say Harambe, say repair, reclaim, reframe. Once again, Harambe. Thank you. My name is Evans. I'm not sure the introduction that was given is mine, but I can see the hands of my communications officer in that long thing that was read. We are the East Africa Philanthropy Network. We exist to nurture a vibrant philanthropy in this region, which is driving sustainable development. We want to enhance the practice of philanthropy. We want to see organized philanthropy in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, and now in Ethiopia. And that is what we do. So we are a membership organization, close to 100 organizations in this region. And we welcome you to this country. We welcome you for this forum. And we hope that the next few days will be interesting. I've been given a heavy responsibility, and I want to give it the best that and in specific philanthropy. We have the government who is well represented in this room, and we have the private sector. What we want to see is a very close coordination of these three arms of development. The government plays a crucial role by implementing policies that create and support an investment climate that is responsive to the needs and the aspirations of our communities. And I'll talk shortly about our definition of communities. And this includes offering incentives such as tax breaks, streamlining regulations, and investment protection measures. On the other hand, the private sector complements these efforts. The private sector engages with, for example, the diaspora investments or other investors, providing business opportunities and facilitating market access. Very important. The other part, which is the third sector, and in specific philanthropy, is very strategic in terms of contributing and offering, of course, financial support, capacity building programs, mentorship to the communities that we'll talk about, particularly those which are coming from the underserved communities. And so each of these three entities have a critical role to play. We have to have an enabling environment, and that is the work of the government. We have to foster business and access to markets, and that's the role that the private sector is playing. And on the other hand, we need innovation around these interventions. We need capacity to be strengthened. We need someone who can take the risks that can then propel us into those innovative spaces, and that is the role that philanthropy is playing. And so we are in this room to really see how these three entities can work together in fostering the diaspora connections, in making the black communities, come back and invest in the respective countries where they come from in this continent. And so I want to give you an overview, because that is what I'm paid to do, around how philanthropy looks like in this region. I know you know, but allow me just go through it briefly. And over the last many years, there has been a lot of, which is more organized and more shaped in terms of our practices. What is driving this shift in the East Africa region is our response to poverty, our response to injustice, our response to inequality, and the integration in the global community. And that's why we are having this meeting here today, because of that integration that we really want to strengthen. In East Africa, domestic philanthropy is on the rise. Why are we seeing rise in philanthropy? It is fueled by social cohesion. It is fueled by the growth of wealth within the middle income personalities that we have, or rather households, and the growth of technology. What is technology doing? We have access to mobile money. We have increased internet connectivity, and this has transformed the channels that we are having around philanthropy, making them be more accessible and inclusive, both for you as individuals and for us as organizations. We are seeing increased demand for value. Everywhere we are now, the governments of the region are asking, what is the actual contribution of philanthropy in the national development process. So that increased demand for value, the increased demand for accountability from the citizens of the region is really shaping how the sector is growing within this region. And of course, you know, the huge economic growth that the East Africa region is seeing at this moment in time is equally a factor behind the growth and resilience that we are seeing in philanthropy and our practices. Collaboration has been huge and is a key driver for the conversation that we are having today. And of course, lastly, we are seeing a huge presence of high net worth individuals within the East Africa region. The philanthropy that we are talking about is taking quite a number of shapes. We are seeing corporate philanthropy really growing. We are seeing family philanthropy. A lot of you are establishing family foundations, and that is contributing to the growth of philanthropy that we are seeing in this region. Churches, various religious institutions are giving us the angle of faith-based philanthropy. Community philanthropy is equally taking shape, and we'll talk about that shortly. I've talked about the high net worth individuals. You and me as individuals are equally engaged in our small ways and big ways in championing local giving. And lastly, the sixth region, the diaspora community, and we'll explore that as the day progresses. Innovative financing models, for example, is one of the key contributors for the transition that we are seeing around the growth that we are seeing in this space today. We have seen over the last few years many organizations, many individuals moving away from what we used to call checkbook philanthropy to a more effective, structured, and professional approaches to deploying capital for social good. We were in Zanzibar last week, the whole of last week, the whole continent and the whole region was looking at systemic transformations and how we can catalyze collective action. And we are here again to say that there's need for us to establish a few things. One of them is around legal frameworks at the national level that can guide giving practices. Recognizing the power of communities, very important. And this is essential for a strong future of philanthropy. And philanthropy, therefore, must invest in collaborations and addressing the issues that we are looking at in a collaborative way. Allow me now transition to why we have to talk about the diaspora community, because that is why we are convening here today. And so we are here with this most critical explanation that we have to give. Many a times when we talk about diaspora giving, when we talk about investments that we want to see from the diaspora community into this continent, we look at it from a very narrow lens. How much are you sending to your families back at home? How much of this is going into, you know, the social causes which are there? But we want to see an intentional approach to this conversation, an approach that will really look at how do we recognize the reality of the changing migration flows, and how do we proactively harness the economic potential of the diaspora community, and then the stakeholders which are there, and how we can facilitate favorable investment processes and operational mechanisms that enable the diaspora community to channel their resources back to their home countries and collaborate with the private sector and, of course, with the governments of the day, so that we can see the investments with our eyes, so that we can feel their impact with our hands. And so the significant levels of remittance inflows observed in other nations across the world are a testament to the possibility of increasing such inflows by implementing the right approaches. And I really want us to look into this: the right approaches, the right policies, the right administrative structures, the right incentives, the right discipline, and the right political support. Because these are the key ingredients that we've got to embrace if we are to see the growth that should be supported by the diaspora community. So as I come to a close, the discussions that we need to have today, tomorrow, and the day after should be around the monetary policy inconsistencies and how we can align them. We need to see how we can address the information gaps on investment opportunities that is existing in this continent for the diaspora community and how we can harness it. We need to look into how we can appreciate this diaspora community as we look at how to engage them more and strategically for the development of this continent. We need to look at how we can put in place inclusive investment policies that will be an antidote in developing the investments and domestic economic empowerment policies that are inclusive to all citizens, regardless of their location. Very important. We've got to look into the strategic engagements through the embassies which are existing. It is already there. How do we make it be more strategic? And then conversations around incentives. I don't want to labor more on that. In conclusion, it is evident that local philanthropy and the diaspora remittances is, if we leverage them effectively, it has the potential to make significant contributions to the socio-economic development of our nations. Based on the aforementioned facts that we have looked at, one can reasonably argue that authorities in Africa and the African countries should create an enabling environment that encourages their citizens residing abroad to invest in strategic economic programs and projects within their home countries. And to achieve this, policy interventions should encompass consistent monetary and investment policies that provide secure investment environment. And in order to realize this objective, inclusive engagements among various stakeholders is essential during the formulation of such policies. And it is that high-level stakeholder engagements that we want to see here over the next few days. My colleagues in the sector normally say I talk too much, so allow me stop there and really challenge us to make use of the next few days to come out of this convening, come out of this forum with very practical, actionable steps that can propel us into that next realm of opportunities that we need to pursue and leverage as a community, as a continent, as a region, and as a country. Thank you so much, and wishing us the best as we move.
Thank you very much. You have given us a lot of hope and assurance as it relates to systematic transformation in the African diaspora all around the world and how we can really catalyze collective action. Am I the only one who felt that? Am I the only one who heard that? Yes, absolutely. So we have some time before tea time. And what I'd like to do in that time is to give you an idea as to what is to come for the rest of today, but to also invite you into the discussion. So what I'd like is for one person, one brave person, to come here and say to us, what does it mean to repair our region? What does it mean to reclaim, and what does it mean to reframe? So I'd like 3 different persons representing the 3 R's, because we did say today is about collective action. So this, I believe, is a room full of persons who are committed to collective action that will make everything that we're saying true and manifested in our lives, right? So today we're brought together to shape a world where the African diaspora thrives. And if like Mr. Evans said, that we'll be channeling resources from the African diaspora back into Kenya, back into other countries in Africa, it means that the people on the ground will be using that for investment that will allow Africa to thrive. Am I right? Is this the right room? Absolutely, yes. All right. So I'm waiting to see who is going to come forth and share with us, what does repairing Africa mean for you? You can come up to the stage or you can just join me here. All right? Yes, man, come along. Yes. Put your hands together for him as he comes.
Much for me, I cannot tell it all. Eh, eh. Oh, eh. If I had 10,000 times, it's
Jambo. My name is Kiza Saddam Hussein, all the way from Kigali, Rwanda. Hands for Rwanda, those who love Rwanda. Thank you so much. Well, I'm really humbled to be here to talk about repair. Can I say repair or should I say maybe reclaim?
You can choose any R you want. You can say reclaim.
I think I should go for reclaim. Why? For so long, I think Africa has been a centerpiece of history. It's very well known that actually humanity started in Africa and then spread all over the world. But then how did we lose that center of gravity? Why is it that the center where humanity started now is the center where, as Trump said, shithole continent? I didn't want to bring that statement, but let's reflect on what it meant to us as Africans. It's very important for us to acknowledge what is wrong so that we can start the journey of reclaiming the glory of Africa. Our descendants or the forefathers, they used to tell us stories of how glory Africa looked like, with our beauty of nature, with our strong cultural heritage, with our Africanness and humanityness, or Ubuntu, how we call it. That is what defined Africa by then. Of course, not to mention how endowed Africa was with all the minerals and the values of Africanness. Throughout the journey of history of Africa, or for the past decades, we've lost all those attributes to some extent. But I think it's not too late to reclaim all those. By us convening here, I believe it's a journey to reflect on those and see, have we lost the track? And if we have lost, to what extent can we still reclaim all these values and all these glories that Africa, always cherished? We well know that the Kenyattas, the Julius Nyereres, the Kwame Nkrumahs, all these are the Africans that we really praised and valued because of their boldness, but also their voices in regards to Africa and Pan-Africanism. Then why shouldn't we have such kind of personalities who are there to lead us to the glory of which we think we should reclaim Africa's glory from today? Thank you so much. I hope that should shine a light in what could we do better than what we've done in the last decades.
Thank you very much. Definitely shining a light. And I like what he said about finding our center of gravity as Africans and as Pan-Africanists. In Jamaica, the Governor General has a statement that says there's nothing wrong with Jamaica that cannot be fixed by what is right with Jamaica. And I believe the same thing. There's nothing wrong with Kenya. There's nothing wrong with Africa that cannot be fixed by what is right with Africa. Can we just shout Ubuntu if we agree? All right. That was reclaim. So we need someone to talk about repairing and reframing. And you can feel free to be shorter than he was. I was just about to pull the tail off his jacket to say, all right, that's powerful, but we got to cut it right there. So somebody to talk about repair and reframe. So while you're gathering the courage to come, let me just give you an idea of what we have coming up for the rest of today. I'm still waiting for the person that's going to do repair and reframe. So you can just walk towards me slowly, if that's you, while I give the overview of what we're going to do for the rest of today. So we will be having a panel discussion that's going to be focused on decolonization and localization of aid towards black people in philanthropy, kind of like an extension of what Evans Okinye spoke to us about this morning. Right, that's one of the key themes of this entire conference: decolonizing philanthropy, as well as climate change, as well as sustainable development more generally. We're also going to be having a fireside chat on strategic philanthropic needs that should be addressed to ensure more equitable outcomes for Africa and the diaspora community over the next 5 years. The key here is to keep it practical, not just to talk about grandiose ideas, but to talk about that roadmap that will take us to the Africa and the African diaspora that we want to see. All right, and I believe I have a beautiful lady that's going to talk to us about reframe or repair. Repair.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Amakove Wala. I'm a medical doctor who doesn't see patients, so please don't come to me. I am here to speak about repairing. I'm very passionate about our history, and as such, I founded a group on Facebook that's about traveling and tourism, and that's called Wanderlust Diaries. And we have a very strong partnership with our National Museums of Kenya towards repairing our museums. I think for us to see forward, we have to look backwards. And we have seen that most of our museums are in a very sad state. And these museums are where the early man, we are the cradle of mankind, from Ethiopia to Kenya to Tanzania, that whole gorge region. So I think for you as a diasporans coming back to Africa, it's about reclaiming our past. It's about writing our future, writing our past, not with the colonial eyes, but with the eyes of Africans. So I'm very happy for this forum, and I look forward to more engagement about how do we document our past, how do we go back for our artifacts that were taken out of Africa, how do we preserve this information and document it for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Love it. Writing our future with the eyes of Africans. Yes, so all the misconstrued narratives that are out there about our people, we will erase those and write our own history, our own future. Love that. One more time, a round of applause for the lady. So that was repair and reclaim. So we're repairing some things, including our museum, our language, the stories that they've misconstrued. We're reclaiming our heritage, the fact that we are the center of gravity, the cradle of humanity. We're reclaiming that in a strong and powerful way. But we also want to now reframe to make this repairing and reclaiming possible. Now, who's going to talk to us about reframing? I see people moving their legs, wiggling their hands. Are you coming up to me? Hello? Mpu? All right. All right, I'm still waiting for you. I'm still waiting for you. So for the rest of the week, somebody's coming? All right. Give him a louder round of applause. Wake up, Kenyans. Wake up, Pan-Africanists.
Hello, everybody. Well, I saw nobody came, so I thought I might as well. My name is Nicholas Tirop. I'm a medical student. I study in the Caribbean. I go to Grenada. So what does it mean to reframe? We talk about a lot about narratives, right? What is the view? What is the world view about Africa, right? They see in a negative way. They see poverty, they see all these things, right? So I think, personally, we need to reframe that. It's full of we're rich of culture, we're rich of resources, we're rich of personnel, people who, the working class. So we need to reframe that mindset to make it what it is, because that's what we are. I'm nervous, I won't say much, so thank you.
Thank you very much. That was good for someone that's nervous. And that's the root of it. First, we have to change the mindset. That's where it all begins. That's where we start writing the manuscript. We change the mindset first, and then we have what it takes to rewrite our own history and to write our future. I'm really pleased with the persons that I see writing and taking notes. It gives me hope that you're going to be amongst the action takers coming out of this conference. We're getting closer to tea time. For the rest of the week, you're going to see on display a lot of African culture, Kenyan culture in particular. We should be joined by a number of persons from the political sphere, who will be sharing with this, of course. Of course, you know that this is an international audience. We have people from literally all over the world with us today, as well as who will be watching this and taking action from it. For the rest of the week, we'll be having panels on gender equity and diversity in the African culture. We'll be looking at reparations of artifacts, as the medical doctor spoke about earlier. We'll also be looking at the Kiswahili language, the importance of that, especially connecting that to changing narratives, looking at fun facts and how language really connects us and help us in shaping our future. So with that, we are going to break for tea. We're going to come back for a fireside chat. Please give me a check in terms of how long our tea time will be. All right. So we're going to have 30 minutes tea time. What I'm encouraging is that during that tea time, you connect. As we say, we have a rich audience here, and we want to use this space to help to create the conversations and the shaping of what will create a transformative future for Africa and the African diaspora. So we'll be back here exactly at 11:30. I encourage you to make your way back at 11:25 so we can have a sharp start at 11:30. Make sure to meet at least 3 people that you did not come here with. Tishana Mullings is the name. I'm happy to be your host. See you again at 11:25 for 11:30 start.
Nobody sends you, that's what I did for you, my friend.
Now that we are settled and we are fed, I feel like I want to welcome you again, right? And then I want to sound like we are really in the 2023 Global Diaspora Africa Forum. All right, so welcome to the 2023 Global African Diaspora Forum. Let me hear you. All right. Food does wonders for Africans. You know that, right? Yes. And I'm from Jamaica. So Mega say, everybody wagwan. Wagwan. Yes, that's how you doing. What's up? Right. So it feels like we're just really getting started. And to keep it flowing and to keep your energy up, we have an entertainer all the way from Dubai. Are you ready for it? Right. So she's going to entertain us because we're going to go into a really rigorous discussion about the decolonization agenda right after this, about localization and decolonization of aid for black people in philanthropy. So to get us warmed up for that, we're going to be having, let's make sure that we have her on the inside of the building. Her name is Sunshine Swali. She's dressed by Ushanya, Kenya, which is right on the outside. So when you get a break again, I really want you to check them out. All right. So let me tell you what's going to happen for the rest of today. We're going to have a panel now. We're going to be hearing from Ambassador Anne Wangho Johi on the benefits of Kiswahili, the language to the diaspora. All right? Cool. So with no further ado, are you ready for some entertainment to prepare your minds to absorb? Yes? So while that's happening, you're going to get your notebooks out. I want to congratulate you on the amazing network that I saw happening on the tea break. As I said, food does wonders for us Africans. Is that true? Don't leave me hanging. How many people met at least 2 people? Raise your hand. That's going well. So later on, I'm going to ask you how many people made at least 2 plans for what you're going to do beyond here. So this is just the warm-up. All right. So please make welcome all the way from Dubai, dressed by Oshanya, Kenya, Sunshine Swali. Make her feel welcome in
Injiro, enengulala,
That was quite exciting. Friends, let's hear it loud and clear for them. Excellent. So as this is going on, we'd like for you to be posting on social media. Can someone just hold up the notebook that you have? On the front cover of the notebook is the name of the Instagram page, the notebook. Not the program, but the notebook, right? So it's 2023 Global African Diaspora. It's on both. Forum. So please go to that Instagram page for those who are so inclined. We're using the hashtags GADF and the hashtag African Diaspora and hashtag Year of Return Kenya. So that's what we're doing. We're making the whole world know what's happening and that there is a wave that we're sending all the way through the African diaspora. Just in case you've missed that context, Africa has, we're working together here. Africa has how many regions? Original 5, or do I now say 6? So let's go again. Originally, Africa had 5 regions. Now Africa has 6, right? And we're not sure the whole world knows yet. So this forum is helping to let the rest of the world know. So please be posting on social media. Now I'm going to introduce some very smart people in the area of decolonization as it relates to aid and generally speaking, because there's a whole lot of things that needs to be decolonized and aid is just one of those things. So I'm going to introduce the outstanding panel that we have here today. I will be moderating this panel. You heard my introduction earlier this morning, and everybody knows I'm come from Jamaica. Yeah, man, wagwan. All right, so that's my introduction. Let me now go ahead and introduce someone who was my boss, still feels like my boss. His name is Michael Hamilton. And as I introduce them, they will just enter the stage at the end of their introduction. At the end of it. Oh, you're getting an early clap. At the end of his introduction. He wants to come now? Okay, all right. Good. So Michael has a background in community development and community action. His first job explored how the arts and drama in particular could be used as tools to voice and to uplift communities. Is that important? Since then, Michael has worked with the question of how to assist positive change in individuals and communities in many different working contexts. Michael is responsible with the other directors of UBELE for the smooth functioning of the organization. He carries the title Head of Practice or Lead of Practice, which means he explores what it means to be a Black learning organization. He develops programs that enable us to collectively reach understandings that can be shared with the world. And I had the pleasure to have worked in the Learning and Practice Hub too, where I would have met Jane. Yes, wave your hands. Everybody knows you're my friend. Yes. Michael can be found enjoying a full English breakfast at cafes across Southeast London. Please give him a big round of applause. Michael Hamilton from the UBELE Initiative. All right. I'm going to introduce very briefly because you saw him this morning already, Evans Okinye. So he's the CEO of the East Africa Philanthropy Network, and he would have demonstrated this morning that he has quite a wealth of knowledge in philanthropy, grant making, advocacy, and networking. So please put your hands together and make welcome Evans Okinye. Very smartly dressed indeed. Did you give Michael a bigger round of applause than Evans? Is there a reason for that? All right, just messing with you. All right, next we'll introduce Professor Jacob Matty. So he is a pracademic, my favorite word in the world. He's a social scientist with training in sociology. That's a PhD and a master's in development studies from the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. I hope I said that right. And a BA in political science, public administration and economics from the Moi University in Kenya. Jacob is an associate professor and deputy director at the Center of African Philanthropy and Social Investment, CAPSI. Wits Business School, the University of Witwatersrand. Sand. His professional experience is over 20 years and it cuts across academia, civil society, and consulting. Jacob's research interests are philanthropy, volunteerism, civil society, and their intersection with development and governance. Put your hands together and make welcome Professor Jacob Matty. All right. Yes, I'm sitting up here with three powerful black men. I'm not sure how to feel. How should I feel? Huh? Powerful. All right, yes. I'm going to take that one. So let's start by defining what we're talking about with this whole decolonization agenda. So let's start with that wide angle view. I'll start with you, Evans.
Good afternoon once again. It's a pleasure to be here. I think before I maybe define my understanding of decolonization, I would just want to say that in the philanthropy landscape currently, one of the conversations that is sitting at the core of what is going on is around decolonization and the localization agenda. And I feel that a lot is being said, a lot is being discussed, and so this is an opportunity for us to really actualize the many conversations that have been going on. Otherwise, I think as a sector, we will be talking and talking and talking. Having said that, I think there's a lot of, so within the philanthropy ecosystem, there are two aspects that we have to talk about while discussing decolonization and the localization agenda. One is what is happening in the global north and what is happening in the global south. And we appreciate that there's a lot of funding disparities between these two regions that we are talking about. And this is bringing in a lot of imbalances that we are experiencing and witnessing in this continent as we speak. And so the conversation around decolonization, in our understanding as a space in East Africa and in this country, is around local actors as shifting power to the local actors, as looking at engaging both sides of the divide, the global north and the global south, and not having a top-down approach to the development agenda. So I think for us, decolonization is about the power shift, is about shift in terms of views, is in terms of us changing the narrative from focusing more on the Western powers, the Western terms and conditions for the development agenda, into embracing our views, our approach, our traditions, our narrative as a continent in the development landscape.
Yes. I want to bring Michael in to say, how do we facilitate this shift that Evan is talking about?
Yeah, I suppose I think the shift is broader than in any one area. And whilst we need to focus on particular areas, we need to focus on philanthropy, as in this conversation today, that what we need to do is that we need to see the way that decolonization has to become a whole way of being, not just for systems, not just for them, but also for us. Yeah, that we need to find ways of ensuring that the way that we are seeing, you know, that it's very difficult, I think. But we are brought up in Europe, we are brought up in European education, we are brought up and taught European themes and practice, and decolonization in order to be real for us, means that we have to begin to explore that bringing up. We need to begin to take away a lot of what has really become us and a lot of the thinking that we have gone into life with. So that's kind of one area of decolonization. The other thing that I think has been important, and particularly when we talk work with young people who were called orphans and who lived in orphanages in Uganda. And what he found was that about 90% of the children in the orphanage were not orphans. They were children whose parents, in order to survive economically, felt it was better for their children to be there. And it is colonization that created that situation. It is the way that the West and power decided that they wanted to fund our lives in Uganda that ended up in a situation where we had 90% of children living in orphanages whose parents were there, whose aunties were there. You know, in the African context, in the European context, if your mother and your father die, you become an orphan. In the African context, I'm led to understand if your mother and your father die, you have aunties who are also your mother. You have uncles who are also your father. Yes? And so from a European perspective, they undermined the community in the way that they decided to use their philanthropy. So the decolonization of philanthropy is a very real thing. It's a very real piece of practice. It's about changing what happens so that it resembles the context of which it came from and doesn't resemble the European context and what they're trying to impose on us as African people on the continent.
So how do we move then, Doc, into actioning what Michael is talking about to ensure that neo-colonial influences, colonial influences are not driving the way how we're receiving aid? There are needs that needs to be fulfilled, and there are funding sources that many people argue it's helpful on one hand, but it's also driving the way we live, the narratives that control that. How do we navigate?
Thank you. Let me start with a disclaimer and say that we probably need to, and this particular disclaimer is because I'm not too original in this. I will quote from a friend of mine who gave one of the keynotes in Zanzibar last week, exactly 5 days ago. And he told us, that we need to be shaken and wake up from our slumber. And I think conversations in this room and probably across the African continent and the diaspora, especially when you're talking about three things: repairing, reclaiming, and reframing, we need to be shaken, or we need to shake ourselves, and if we can't shake ourselves, we probably need to be shaken quite a while, or vigorously, and being told, can you wake up? Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because we could be reclaiming certain things that are mediocre, so we could reclaim mediocrity. We could reclaim certain romantic issues that are not necessarily working. And I would want to ask in this room, those that were born on this continent, what role did neighbors of your mother play when you were born? I want to ask that question first. Anyone can answer me? The role that the neighbors of your mother or friends of your mother play when you were born. And I'll ask the same question on those born outside of the continent. No answer. Okay, that's good. What role do neighbors play when you get married? Someone saying they come and eat the food. Is there anything else that they do? Okay. What role do neighbors play when you die? They bury you. Okay. Can you bury yourself? Okay. Can we start with that? Why am I saying this? If we do not appreciate the role that those that are at the neighborhoods play in your life, you probably will find it extremely difficult to bury yourself. Africa is a land of community, and probably it's the same case wherever everyone else is born, whichever way you define community. And as a student of development, I'm told that part of why we have so many graveyards of development projects on this particular continent and elsewhere in the developing world is ignoring, quote unquote, and I'm misquoting here, the role of grassroots. Somebody told me grasses do not have any roots, and therefore we are misdiagnosing. So if we have to repair, or we have to make these things a reality, we probably need to go back and engage those communities at their level. We need to engage ourselves or bring ourselves to those particular levels so that development or aid or whichever manner needs to be defined by them, not what we think is good for them, not because we think that we need to make Africa or Nairobi the next London. Who told you we need London in Nairobi? With all the chaos that there is in particular ways, why do you need that? Why? Part of the conversation also needs to be reclaiming the resources on this particular continent need to benefit those that own those particular resources. Those from South Africa know the mantra around the people owning the resources need to have the first right of use and determination. And I think that will solve many of the problems that we face today. The climate crisis, the resource crisis, and all those other things. Thank you.
Yes, Professor Mate. So you spoke about it being a land of community and around grassroots and so on. And I believe that there are a lot of action takers and social change agents in this room. Am I right about that? Absolutely. So I think we're agreeing on the need to invest in capacity building and long-term sustainability for local organizations and initiatives, sometimes not necessarily in the context of an organization, but just community movers and initiatives. So how do we explore strategies to support these people at the grassroots and the community-led initiatives to address the systemic changes that needs to happen? Because you spoke a lot about some of the systemic issues in quite a descriptive way. So how do we then create the strategies to support?
Are you asking me? Or
you can kick it off and then we'll take it to Michael.
Capacity building is a swear word for me. I don't believe in it. If we talk of community mobilizing and things like that, then we can talk. This idea behind capacity building is to imagine that capacities are incapacitated in the first instance. And in many cases, we think they are incapacitated because they can't drive good, nice-looking German machines or Japanese or whatever. We come and define what we think is good for them in terms of development. That is a malady. The children that are being put in orphanages in Uganda, they've probably been put there because these poor parents have been made to believe that that's the only way to make life continue. And I don't think it's limited to Ugandan case. There are cases in northern parts of Kenya where we have refugee camps, local communities shifting in there. Why does that happen? They shift because these quote-unquote refugees in camps are being served better than local communities. So people move in for opportunity. Our brothers and sisters are drowning in the Mediterranean. A ship goes under with so many people, but then the entire world media is spotlighted on 5 people who wanted to commit suicide in the North Atlantic in the name of, what do they call it? The Titan. We need to refocus. We need to understand that if development does not start with what these people need, when Jesus comes back, if he will, we'll still be talking about this particular story. We really need to start doing things differently. We probably, I don't think it's even probably, we need to start with challenging ourselves, what we believe in and where we want to go, and if we want to take others, is that where they want to go? Thank you.
I like what you said about the community defining the capacities, or maybe we'll choose another word for themselves. So as we define strategies and explore strategies to make sure that we're working bottom up, what are some of those capacities, or you can choose your word, Michael, and how do we help to develop that?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose one thing is to recognize that the journey is a pluralistic journey, that there is no single way of doing the thing that we have to do, because there are so many things that have to be done. But I think even today is an example of the way in which we need to behave in order to create change. And so, you know, I was here early this morning and I watched. I have to big up Joyce wherever I go from now on. She is the queen of making things happen. And
yes,
so,
let's big up Joyce.
And so I was here this morning early and watched Joyce turn this dead field into a conference village, and did it. I'm telling you, I almost cried this morning when I saw the work that this woman had made happen. And I thought, isn't it incredible that this person has this gift to be able to produce magic out of nothing? And then I thought, but she wouldn't have been able to produce the magic out of nothing. Actually, if we didn't have this group of people who were kind of strategicians who kind of gathered together a year ago and decided that this magic should happen. And then it wouldn't have happened if all of the people that needed to come into the room today to put up tables, to lay tablecloths, to put seats in the right place didn't also happen. And so the thing that needs to happen to make the change, I think, is leadership. In my work at Ubele, I started off thinking that leaders were special people, you know, that there was this special brand of person which was called a leader, and if only we could find them and make them behave right, that things would be okay for us as a group of people. And after searching for this person and not finding them for many years, I kind of came to the realization that leadership wasn't a person, it was an action. And leadership is taking responsibility for the thing that you see that needs to be done. When we talk about capacity building, for me, what we're talking about is enabling people to do the things that they see that need to be done. How do we support you to do the thing that you see that needs to be done? Because in many ways, there's almost no wrong thing to do, because there is so much that has to be done. And that if we're talking about creating capacity amongst our people, and we're talking about creating effective leadership amongst our people, that when we're talking about capacity building, and I completely agree with your concerns about that term, but for me what it means is, how do we resource people to do the things that they see that need to happen? And it is because people in different areas saw this as something that needed to happen, that that all sorts of people were resourced in different ways to take leadership. And it is when we take leadership as a group of people with a similar kind of direction that we're moving in that we'll be able to create change. And this is grassroots people, top of the tree people, middle of the tree people. I don't know what those other people are called, but all of us need to take that kind of responsibility to do what we feel needs to be done.
I like the middle of the tree people. And I really love the term, you used that term earlier about it's a pluralistic, what did you say again, Michael? It was a very interesting term that I think I'm going to keep with me.
Pluralistic journey.
Say it again. It's a pluralistic journey, and you did a great job at outlining what that pluralistic journey should look like, and this being a good example, and you're all a part of this pluralistic journey. I want to pull a question that Michael actually asked in his deliberation. How do we resource the people at the different levels that need to be resourced to take leadership using the definition that Michael also used of leadership?
Yeah, thank you. I think we've got to start by appreciating the various entities who are involved in this process that we are talking about. On one hand, we have got the grant-making entities, or rather the funding entities, the owner of one resource that we always talk about for getting other resources, the financial resource. And then we have got in the middle, organizations and entities which facilitate the connection between the left hand and the right hand, the funding entities and the grassroots organizations. So we have on one hand the funders, the other hand we've got the entities who are implementing the various development projects that we are talking about. And of course, we have the intermediaries in between. All these three categories of organizations require different capacities to enable them undertake the responsibilities that they have. They also require different resources for that to be done. And so when talking about capacity and looking at the lower cadre, then we've got to appreciate as a continent that the time for us to, one, identify the local challenges that we have, using and sorting them using local resources that we have within and amongst ourselves, and using local entities to undertake those responsibilities. And so the capacity and the resources that we require at that community level, at the bottom level, where bulk of philanthropy takes place, where bulk of activities take place. The last report that was released, I think it was just before Corona, less than 5% of resources which was coming from the global north was getting to communities in Africa. Less than 5%, meaning 95% of those resources, I don't know, it doesn't get to the communities. So this brings in conversations and really strategic, intentional actions around strengthening capacities of these organizations at the lower level after identifying the needs which are there. And allow me just identify 4 areas where we need to invest these resources in while talking about the capacity conversation. And one of them is around financial. And we've got to position our organizations at the community level to be able to locally fundraise, to be able to tap into the local resources which are existing at that level. So strategic local fundraising, very important at that level. That will enable us increase the local resource base that we are talking about. And increased resources by default comes with increased capacity because of the growth, the incremental growth that is there in terms of handling those resources. I think the other thing is around operations and effectiveness. If we have to talk about decolonization and the localization agenda, then we've got to improve on the policy and operational practices which are existing at these 3 different levels that we are talking about. And that is where advocacy comes in. That is where collaborations and partnerships come in. And then the second last thing is around political. And Prof has talked much about that, the governance of these institutions. I think when we are talking about reclaiming, people assume that Africans were not able to sort their challenges from when this continent came into existence. We have always sorted our problems. When COVID came, it was practically demonstrated. When everyone went away, we were left alone in this continent, and we sorted our problems. We mobilized our resources, you know. And so how do we strengthen our governance structures? How do we strengthen the civic space? And this is where the government comes in. An enabling environment is very important. The legal policy infrastructure to enable the engagement of those three different organizations that we are talking about is important. And lastly is around quality and accountability. I think the civilians, the wananchi, the I don't want to say local people, but the citizens of these countries are equally day in, day out, demanding for accountability, not just from the political class, but even from resources which have been mobilized going into philanthropy. So how do we invest, for example, around research, around participation of affected people while coming up with these decisions and call for action? I think that is very critical.
So now that you've brought up accountability, it takes me to explore reimagining how we evaluate and assess impact. And of course, there are certain cultural nuances that is sometimes not included when you look at some of the impact assessment that some of the grant makers share with us. So I'd like Michael to take us into, as we look at amplifying the Black voice, strengthening the people at the grassroots, what are some of the cultural sensitivities that we need to look at as we talk about more inclusive approaches that are led and defined by our people?
I think that there's something really important that we need to understand, and I'm speaking from a UK perspective, but I think it's a world perspective. And I think it's something that has had impact on all of us, yes? That when I look at grant makers in the United Kingdom, when I'm applying for money to grant makers in the United Kingdom, when I look at the money that they hold and the endowments that they have built, that money is my money, that every single penny of that money was built on the back of slavery, was built on the back of my people who were working for nothing in the United Kingdom and the West and in Africa at the time, that money didn't appear suddenly from somewhere, that they are talking about what I'm asking for and what I'm demanding from, what I'm asking for when I fill in a grant application is my grandparents' wages. And I think that we have to see it in that context, that they have no right to the resource that they hold. They have no right to make decisions about what happens to the resource that they hold. And that we must, if we are serious about arresting power in philanthropy, we must remind them of that. We must find ways of arresting that resource, because that is my grandmother's wages that they are giving me back with the interest that they've managed to accrue over the many, many years that they have held it. The second thing that I think was important about that is the idea of accountability and how we remain accountable to ourselves in this. And as a grant taker, I am really aware of how grants can change the nature of my accountability. I am no longer accountable to my work. I become accountable to the money that I have been given to do the work. Yeah? And these are two very, very, very different things. And we must look at how we can create power bases in order to hold each other accountable and in order to examine and explore and to be hard on each other, because I think we need to be hard on each other, because it's only when we are hard on each other that we are forced to ask the questions that we need to be asking ourselves all the time. Why have they given me this money? how is this money serving me? How do they intend this money to serve them? How can I make sure it serves me and my people more than it serves their interests? And that we have to be able to build unions of us to be asking each other those questions constantly and all of the time in the most difficult way. We have to be prepared to be hard on each other, because colonization is a real thing and it has done real things to us. And unless we can push and poke and question and allow each other to be hard on each other, we are in real danger of acting in the interest of the grant maker rather than the work that we had decided to do before we took the grant.
Yes. Professor Matti, how do we ensure that the grants that we're taking are serving us, our mission, our work, our people?
It would have been easier for me when I worked in a more practice side of things, but I'll try. There's something with a very big English name, which happens often. And the big English name is isomorphic mimicry. What does that mean? That so many of us, in our own imagination, either deliberate or otherwise, tend to do things that copy what exists elsewhere in the name of development. So we get grants, we write very good grants proposals because we've been to schools where we are taught how to, and we're solving, in many cases, imaginary problems, not the problems that, not the real community problems or challenges, as it were. And I think I've seen a lot of this. Those in the practice world will probably tell you that they have gone through the process of identifying needs, development needs. But why do I always find, not always, let me put it differently, why do we find examples of instances where these grants probably end up serving Jacob's need and other people like me needs, as opposed to serving those particular communities? It's probably because we are mimicking, we're solving imaginary problems. And I'll give a short story about this. Some years ago, I was born in the eastern part of this country, Kenya. Some years ago, I was still in primary school. The Swedish government came with a lot of money through CEDA programs in water and sanitation, they called it at the time. They sank boreholes sometimes next to rivers running across our area. We used to call those boreholes CEDA boreholes. When CEDA left or folded, 99% of those boreholes are dry, as in they are in no use. The pumps were destroyed or some were taken away. We are still doing what we were doing before they came. We are piping our own water and taking it to communities with our own money this time around. So much money was used in the name of aid, which did not benefit. Some benefited, definitely those from far away from the rivers, and they still maintain that. But then 100% of the failures are because they were given boreholes where that is not what we needed. We needed something else. So identifying needs, and who is supposed to identify those needs? People themselves. So where you begin to define the problem matters. If you have to have interventions that make sense or make a difference in people's lives. We may have PhDs in development, but you do not need a PhD in development to know I need a school at this particular location, or I need a well in this particular location. Unless we are into the business of social engineering, which sometimes, I don't think it sometimes, fails quite often, then we need to listen some more. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I want to take one question from the audience because the panel is moving to a wrap. So you can just pop your hand up if you have a question for the panel, so we can have the audience included in this conversation. So I'm going to come to you with kind of the final question from me, and then we'll see if there's a question from the audience. All right? Yeah, let's just take your question now.
Thank you. Thank you. Testing. Thank you very much for the panel and the questions. I'm very interested in this subject because I work in the health sector, and it's the same thing with global health, where we have concept gaps for us as an African continent is documentation of our practices, documentation of our behaviors of, you know, we don't have your typical science. At least for us in health, science is, you need to have gotten through a certain rigorous process, and then the end result is what you document. But you know, for us, we had a lot of oral history, we had apprenticeship, we had, it's a different way of documentation. So I don't know whether, what would be your, for any of you, what would be your view in terms of how do we show that our methods, quote unquote, work and worked, and how do we show that we can use what we used to have and adapt it to what we need? Thank you.
You want to take that?
Can I just begin? Sorry, it's just as you ended your question, a question came to me, which is European science truth? And it seems that there is something in the way that we treat the world, and this might be part of our colonized condition, that we think that there is truth in science. But we can look at the truths in science, we can look at what their science has said about us as a people, we can look at Hottentot and the way that they talked about science. We can look at, I can find medical books now that talk about the size of the Negro brain and why the Negro isn't as intelligent as the white man, and they have science to prove this. Yes, and so I think it's really important when we talk about writing things down, it is important that we write things down because it is important to record our truths.
Yes.
But let's not pretend that their science is a truth or any more true than any other truth. Yes, it's what they decided to populate their books with because of their colonized minds.
You want to continue on that, Evans?
The difficult part of having these conversations is around our ability to connect the various dots which exist for us to really articulate these issues in a more impactful manner. And that's why we keep on talking about collaboration. And when we talk about collaboration, there's a role the government is playing, there's a role the private sector is playing, there's a role religious institutions are playing. But in the question that she's talking about, there's a role that the media is playing. And that is why we have intentionally, as a philanthropy support entity in East Africa, we have decided to be very intentional about, one, nurturing our traditional forms of philanthropy. We want the world to know and to appreciate that before all these things that we are appreciating now came to existence, there's work that was going on. There's a way in which we were doing our things. And so if we do not talk about it, if we do not nurture them, they will go with history. So we want to see how we can nurture these things. And in nurturing them, there is an important part of telling their stories. And that is why the Center for Africa Philanthropy and Social Investment, where Professor works, is playing a critical role in this continent in connecting philanthropy and academia. philanthropy, and shaping our narrative as a continent. So we are looking at how do we first of all appreciate the narrative that has always been there, while also looking into the current dynamics so that we ensure that what she's talking about around our traditional models, which have proved time immemorial to be working, are not left to go, but are nurtured. Stories about the impact that they are creating is demonstrated, and then it allows us to tell and shape our own stories and to shape our own narrative when talking about philanthropy in this continent.
Thank you very much. I like how that just went practical, and I'm reflecting back to something you said earlier about looking at how we navigate financially, operationally, also governance, quality assurance, and accountability in the way we do our work. It made me think about the word community wealth building when you talk about going back to the historical context and the way you have been doing things, and how is that juxtaposed against some of the modern practices. So I want to, with that context, kind of ask us as we bring the conversation to a close, what is your most practical advice with the backdrop of collaboration in terms of how do we now need to act moving forward? In the context of everything discussed here, how do we now act as to how we interact with aid?
I think I'll say around 4 areas. And one topping in that list is we've got to hear the voices of communities that we serve. I think it's the most critical thing because they have the solutions to the challenges they are having. There's a contribution that they make. People assume that the biggest resource we have is money. I think that's a misconception that we have to do away with. The biggest resources we have are actually non-financial resources. And so these communities have the powers to make and shape their development agenda. And so having communities' voice at the center of the interventions that we are talking about, for me, tops the list. Number two is we've got to enhance the infrastructure, the ecosystem. I think there's a huge connectivity between, for example, the people in this room, the academia, the policymakers, the private sector, the third estate. There's just a lot that needs to happen in shaping one specific agenda. And so working hand in hand with all these relevant stakeholders to really strengthen the ecosystem, to strengthen the infrastructure is key for us. We are having this conversation here today because some entities sat somewhere and said that this is relevant for us, this is critical for us at this moment in time, and so we have convened here to talk about these things. That is only possible if we have an ecosystem engagement that strengthens the infrastructure. So I think that is number two. Number three, we've got to learn and share our best practices. What is working elsewhere, what is working locally here, and then we open our borders for knowledge sharing, you know, both nationally, regionally, continentally, globally, because development is so globalized that you cannot operate in isolation. And then lastly for me is around alignment. The lady mentioned that most of the time you get into, for example, a partnership with the government, 2-3 years down the line, their priorities have changed, a new person is in power, they're taking the country to a totally different dimension. So how do we continually engage in a manner that ensures that our development priorities remains aligned and alive, as long term as possible? Because that is what will give us the change that we desire.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive. Same question moves to you, Michael, your practical advice as to how we now act.
I've been working quite a lot recently with three things. They're not my three things. I've taken them from all over the place. But in order to maintain what is happening now, there are kind of three elements, I think. There are the kind of patterns which continuously happen that keep us where we are. There are the structures that exist that hold us where we are, and there is the mindset that exists that hold us where we are. that in order to move forward, we have to look at ways of changing those three things. We have to look at ways of changing mindsets. We have to look at ways of changing structures. We have to look at ways of changing patterns, and that we have to come together and to be thinking continuously and acting continuously to change these three things.
Thank you very much, Michael. And then Professor Matty, how do we begin to approach changing those pattern structures, mindset, to make a lot of what Evan said possible? He spoke about learning and sharing, opening our borders for knowledge sharing, so that, you know, we are influencing also what the media is putting out, because it's kind of a hand-to-hand approach. We feed the media feeds us back. You know what I mean? How do we actually approach changing the structures, patterns, and mindset?
Okay, thank you. Two things. When we're talking about borders, some are physical, some are imaginary, or and I'll give a short example, which Evans has alluded to, when it's about learning and opening those particular borders. During COVID, CAPSI, the agency that I work for, realized that, together with other actors across the African continent, realized that Africans were on their own. If they don't do something about ensuring that the vaccine apartheid, which has always been there, but in this particular instance, even the tests were done on this continent, some of them here in Kenya, but then when it came to getting the vaccine rollout, that was not the case. So through the African Union and the African Union Commission and the what do they call it? It's copied after the Disease Center for Disease Control, Africa CDC. And the private sector, and I think this is where the collaboration that Evans is talking about, different actors, very critical people with a lot of wealth on this continent and the African diaspora, coming together with the government and infrastructure support organizations saying we need to do something as a collective. And I think out of that, you find a lot of resources being mobilized. The type of screening that was being done around required a very coordinated manner, and technology playing a huge role. So therefore, documenting those particular practices becomes quite critical. And centers like ours have actually gone out to document those particular practices. There's a book that came out from these particular practices, lessons from these particular practices, not too long ago. We haven't even done a formal launch for the same. What it means is we need to document these things because tomorrow there will be something else. But I think those lessons are actually driven by earlier learnings of response to Ebola in West Africa a couple of years ago. And therefore, those constant learning and ensuring that the small bonds or big ones or strong they are, that are starting to bring us together at the level of ideas, but also more important at the level of practice for our continent and our people need to be strengthened. And I think in that particular manner, with all the documentation that we are talking about, we can be able to say, we can borrow from our traditions of how we have always stood for ourselves, even when colonialism came with a lot of force and might. Actually, the freedom struggle on this continent was fought by the free-giving people of Africa and African descent. If it is not that, and documenting these particular experiences is critical for our generation and the generations to come. Thank you.
Wonderfully said. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pulling from this panel that we should leverage the non-financial resources that we have, enhance the ecosystems from a multi-stakeholder view, look at how we adjust our pattern structures and systems, and document and share the best practices that are being developed at a local level. I'm sure that you're pulling a whole lot more takeaways yourself. I'm being told that there's one more burning question from the audience. We'll take that question and we'll take the response from just one of the panelists who feels so inclined. So please come with your question.
The technology eludes me. Yes, I have a question, but I'll give a quick preamble to my question so I can put a context to this, right? My name is Ken Jeffers. There are no Jefferses in Africa. And I teach a lot and with a lot of young people to help them understand who they are, where they've come from. But, you know, and I've been to many conferences. In fact, I live in Toronto, and next week there is a conference similar to this called the Global African Congress. And I say that because at my age and at my time and my experience, I have been involved in the civil rights movement in a major way, fought the Klan, all of that. However, out of all of this activity in the next 2 or 3 days and intellectualizing and analyzing and sometimes proselytizing, as I sometimes say, we don't often look at the word repair, as which I think is really very timely. Repairing means that you have to understand what was wrong, of course, right? And in all of these conferences that I've attended, you know, we have analyzed very, very successfully what we've gone through as a people. And we make assumptions. For example, in reading the brothers and sisters, and we used to call ourselves brothers and sisters so that you're less likely to harm a brother or a sister. And you know, we are now at a point where we're repeating mistakes, unfortunately. And my desire is to understand what the mistakes, why with all of the great conferences that we've had and the great leadership that we've had from people like Kenyatta and Nkrumah and Mandela and so on, we move on. And, you know, why is it we are not further ahead collectively so that we can concentrate on repairing all the dysfunctions that we've had? Because the reality is we have to look at the outcome of all of these great initiatives, including this one, and ask ourselves, have we really achieved what we need to achieve through the conferences and the actions we've taken? And I'd like to find out from the panel, with your experience, when you look at the outcomes, what are your observations and what are your suggestions as to repair some of the, you know, what we need to repair so that we can have a greater positive outcome?
Yeah, thank you. Who wants to take that?
I can try.
Okay.
I think this has got to be the most difficult answer to ever give to anyone because of I want to agree and also disagree. And where I come from, you don't disagree with the elders. So it's such a difficult one. So my response would be this. One, I don't want to say that we haven't repaired. I think a lot has been done. It is a long journey. The small bits of our efforts really make a difference. And it will take us time to really say we have now repaired. It is a process that will require heavy investment, and it is a live process. Having said that, I think many convenings that we go to, and that's why my opening statement was around we need to stop the talk and actually walk the talk. And what has come out of the many convenings that we are talking about is there is a gap around the financing of the interventions, the action points that come out of these engagements that we have. A lot of these interventions are driven by infrastructure support entities. If you come to Kenya and convene here the corporate entities who are in this country, for example, bring the banks, bring all those people, there has to be a voice and a platform somewhere that can then coordinate and connect the conversations of the day with the other conversations going on. And I normally feel that the donor community, whether local or international, has really to rise to the occasion and really support the enablers of achieving the takeaways that we get out of these conferences. We've got to intentionally invest in infrastructure. We've got to invest in the ecosystem, because that's where the gap exists. The community foundations will come, discuss on an issue, and a region agree on key points, but they will only action on areas which pertain to the work that they are doing. But as a collective, we've got to then go a step further and invest in the ecosystem and the infrastructure that then enables the takeaways to see the light at the end of the day. And so I think that, and now that we are talking about Africans and the black communities and our history, I think our governments as a continent must really come out strongly to create an environment that enables these conversations that we are talking about to be actualized. I think we've got to look internally, because the West is not interested in us repairing the issues that we are talking about. I think locally, in this continent, within the governments of the day, we've got to agree that if we are to repair, then each of us must rise up and say, the time is now, play our individual responsibilities, and then collectively agree and pursue the areas that will be pertinent and critical to that objective that we are jointly pursuing, so that it can see the light of the day.
You know, just a last comment here. And
Yeah,
that is
the
that-
very last one, because we're pressing against time
Sure,
now.
yeah. When you talk about we, you know, we are assuming that we agree on who we are. And I'm saying we do not. Because, you know, if from the Caribbean, when you say I'm an African, somebody saying I'm not an African, I'm a Jamaican or a Trinidadian and all that sort of thing. So we should not, in my view, make assumptions that that collectively we are Africans, and try and look at, for us, to determine how can we inspire and motivate, especially the younger ones, younger people, to understand that who they are, really who they are, because they need to be inspired and to be motivated in order to make change, because technology has changed, but and that's just a way of doing things, right? So the way they keep us oppressed has changed, right? And that's the technology I'm talking about, but small time for a long, long time.
Yep.
Thank you.
And we'll have a number of breakout sessions where we can grapple with some of the finer issues, the definitions, what things mean, how will we work collectively as a sixth region, who is African, all these definitions. We'll have a lot of time for that, which is why this is not a one-day conference. It is a 4-day conference. So let's put our hands together one more time for this amazing panel, having uncovered, yes, a lot of the issues that we will be working through. And of course, the conference committee has plans in place to document and gather all the action points and take our action points forward. What we're having today in terms of the talk is just a beginning. Just to indicate, and it's also in your conference booklet, that this forum is a collaborative initiative by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs and multiple other organizations, including the National Museum of Kenya, the Shima Foundation Kenya, the Imperative in the U.S., the East Africa Philanthropy Network, the St. Croix Foundation, USVI, the Black Canada Fundraisers Collective in Canada, the Kenya Connect Kenya, Utabiti Africa, Kenya, Future First Kenya, the Ubele Initiative, London Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance, and the Center for Policy Equity, and a lot more that's not even listed here that has brought this together. So we are actually modeling what we are preaching in terms of collaboration. If that panel was rich for you, just put your hands together one more time. Excellent. And I hope the pens are moving in terms of action points and collaborative ideas that are already flowing through your mind as you listen to the deliberations here. And I'm glad that we spent a lot of time thinking and reflecting on what has been repaired, what still needs to be repaired, and the conversation will be also extended later on to look at reclaiming and reframing. Now, of course, we have a number of high-level plenaries and a number of high-level guests that will be joining us throughout the conference. We have in our company at this time Ambassador Anwan Johi, Director of Cultural Diplomacy. She's going to be talking to us about the benefits of Kiswahili, the benefits of the language to our diaspora. So to give her a full, proper introduction, please make welcome to the stage Asaya Imaya.
Thank you. My full introduction will be exactly 1 minute. I'm really grateful for the panelists that were here a minute ago. I remember just at the beginning of COVID, I had arrived in Sierra Leone a week just before the world closed down. And one of the interesting things that actually happened during that time was that all the white-led international organizations left. All the NGOs left, and the joke was that they left with the checkbook. And it actually made it, I think, very clear to me that the future of philanthropy has to be African. The future of how we solve problems has to be African, because when a crisis hits, white-led philanthropy flees, as they fled during COVID. And I think that again offered an opportunity. And as you can see, the emergence of the imperative, the Global Africa Diaspora Forum, the Year of Return and Connections actually happened post-COVID. One of the things that we really appreciate is the fact that in Africa, you cannot deliver anything without the government. So at Uthabiti Africa and the Shima Foundation, we really believe that change in Africa happens when you put government in the lead, when the government is taking the leadership, because that is where sustainability lies, in our governments, in the systems that are put in place and the policies that are put in place. Over the last year, we've really been privileged to work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, particularly Ambassador Anne Wanjohi, who has been the inspiration actually behind us putting Kiswahili at the heart of this forum. And it is my pleasure to invite her. So if you can please join me in standing up and giving her a round of applause as she comes on stage. Welcome, Ambassador Anne.
Kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, esteemed visitors, partners, the many partners that we've had that have joined to make this a success. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, it's already afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. It's a cold afternoon, but we'll warm it up by having you and seeing you around makes it warm. So I would correct the lady who said I was talking about Kiswahili, not at this time. This time, I'm speaking on behalf of the ministry and on behalf of our peers, Diaspora Affairs, Madam Losrin Jogu, who would have joined us to open officially the forum, but due to many official commitments, I'm here to stand on her behalf. And before I read her speech, maybe I can apologize, highly apologize for the hitches that were here in the morning. We had planned for another venue, but last night things fell apart. But in Africa, we go through in Africa, we are used to going through challenges. And when we face those challenges, they give us that there is a future and bright future coming. So we believe that those hitches will make even this forum a better interaction and will come out better than we came. So please, on behalf of the ministry, on behalf of our government, I want to apologize for the hitches. And I don't see like, you don't seem like you're not very comfortable. In fact, you look like this was the original venue for the forum. So feel welcome and allow me to read the speech that our PS would have read, open the forum. So distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to stand before you as the Principal Secretary, State Department for Diaspora Affairs, representing the Kenyan government at the Global African Forum. This forum provides us with a valuable opportunity to discuss and address the needs and aspirations of Kenyans living abroad, and to explore ways in which we can improve the services provided to our diaspora community. The Kenyan diaspora is an integral part of our national fabric they now call home, while maintaining strong connections to their Kenyan roots. Recognizing the valuable role played by our diaspora, the Kenyan government is committed to ensuring that our citizens living abroad are provided with the necessary support services and platforms to thrive and contribute to the development of Kenya. We believe in the principle of diaspora diplomacy, which emphasizes the importance of engaging and involving our diaspora community in the nation-building process. To that end, we are continually working to enhance the services provided to Kenyans living abroad. This includes streamlining processes related to citizenship, passports, consular services, and esteemed opportunities. We are committed to improving the efficiency and effectiveness of our consular offices and embassies, ensuring that they are responsive to the needs of the Kenyans in different regions of the world. We also recognize the importance of creating platforms for engagement and dialogue between the government and the diaspora. Through initiatives such as diaspora conferences, town hall meetings, and online forums, we aim to foster open and constructive conversation, enabling us to better understand the challenges, aspirations, and suggestions of Kenyans living abroad. Furthermore, we are actively exploring opportunities for diaspora investments and entrepreneurship. We believe in enhancing the skills, knowledge, resources of diaspora to drive economic growth and innovation in Kenya. We are working to create an enabling environment that encourage diaspora engagement in various sectors, including infrastructure, development, technology, healthcare, and agriculture. Education and skills development are also key priorities. We are committed to supporting educational initiatives for the children of Kenyans living abroad, ensuring that they have access to quality education that connects them to their Kenyan heritage. We are exploring partnerships with educational institutions and organizations to facilitate skills transfer and knowledge exchange between the diaspora and our local institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global African Diaspora Forum provides a valuable platform for us to exchange ideas, share best practices, and collaborate with other African countries and diaspora communities. We believe in the power of unity and collaboration to address common challenges and seize opportunities for growth and development. As the PS of Diaspora Affairs, I assure that the Kenyan government remains committed to improving the services provided to Kenyans living abroad. We value your contributions, your insights, your ideas, as we work together to build a stronger, more prosperous Kenya. I encourage you to actively participate in the discussions and deliberations of this forum, sharing your experiences, successes, and challenges. Let us seize this opportunity to strengthen our ties, forge new partnerships, and explore innovation ways to enhance the lives of Kenyans living abroad. Thank you, and may the Global African Diaspora Forum serve as a catalyst for positive change and meaningful engagement with the diaspora community. Asanteni sana na karibuni sana. God bless you.
Why do you look at me this way, oh daddy? Oh daddy. What is it that you wanna say, oh shitty? Oh shitty. Yeah. God put you my way, that I know for sure. Just say the word and I say yes. Just get down home.
Let's express gratitude once more to Ambassador Anne Wanjohi. And it's such a pleasure to know that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in full support. And the challenges only make us stronger, right? Everybody feels comfortable in this space? Well, coming from Jamaica where it's several degrees hot, I just feel like I'm in the AC outside. So we don't have to pay for air conditioning, it's free. Everybody's glad about that? I'm very happy that we have free air conditioning. Now, we're encouraging people to sign up to register for our dinner event. The dinner event is on the 6th of July. And that's where we expect the connecting to happen that will make the actions coming out of this conference possible. We know that there's international representation, people from Canada, from the UK, from the US, of course, and people from all over Africa. And the connections has to be made worldwide for what we're saying here to really make sense in terms of action. So we encourage you to sign up for the dinner at the registration desk just outside here. Is Sharon in the room from Kenya Connect? So Sharon is going to come and share with us about what Kenya Connect has on display. Please come right now, Sharon. Put your hands together for the beautiful lady.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Jambo. My name is Sharon Mwende, and I'm representing Kenya Connect. We are an NGO based in Machakos County, and we work with the rural community to empower them through our various programs, from our literacy program to technology programs that help break the digital divide. We empower both girls and boys to stay in school and remain in school through providing sanitary pads, and also provide more information and knowledge to boys and girls on how to reduce teenage pregnancies and also enable them to remain in school and get empowered. We have a station in booth number 6. I've just mentioned a few of the programs that we do. Please feel welcome to come and see me and see us to get more informed. Thank you so much.
Just married, only you. Only you. It's only thanks to
Thank you. So please visit Kenya Connect and all the other booths that are on the outside. As I keep talking here, I'm going to invite at least 3 persons that represent 3 different organizations from wherever in the world, wherever in Africa, if you're from right here in Kenya, to just pop up front with me. What we want to do is have an idea of who is in the room and the possible connections to be made so that we're enriching what will be happening in the negotiation. Well, I was going to say networking, but even negotiation too in those sessions for the rest of the conference. So you can make your way towards me. If you're from an organization, you feel like it will be valuable for people to connect with you, you're just going to pop up and tell us what you do. So I'm inviting 3 persons to join me here on stage. While they are coming, there's going to be an excursion experience in Machakos County on the 8th of July. You are also invited to sign up for the excursion experience. Those of you who will still be here on the 8th of July. And just to let you know, we're going to be going off to lunch shortly, so that strategic philanthropy discussion that we had earlier, we're going to take that to a more action-oriented discussion to look at what should our game plan look like for equitable outcomes for Africa and the African diaspora over the next 5 years. And we'll be having that in fire chats style, where we'll be having Derek Borderwell from 10 years' time and Yvonne Field from the Ubele Initiative, which is also a partner to this organization. All right. So the 3 persons, it's your time to shine. One.
This year,
all 3 come together.
Money, testimony.
You can rock your shoulders, it's fine.
Follow.
Join me on stage, yes. It's your time to shine.
Good news, giant plenty bonding. Go they follow, you can go.
You have to dance for your chance to
Everything
speak.
I've been wanting, manifesting for my life.
Oh, she's coming with the dance. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Even before you call, you don't answer prayer.
Hey.
My papa is too shy, you don't
Am I
feel
in
for
Kenya? Am I in Africa or what?
Even before you call, you
You're
don't
from
answer
Ghana,
prayer.
so I should be seeing more moves.
My papa is too shy before you.
Whoa! The shy ones are always the best at dancing. The ones that act shy at first. All right, tell us about your organization.
Oh, I'm even tired from dancing. Hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Ubele and the University of Manchester. Lovely to be here. Lovely to see so many of you. Lovely to hear so much knowledge as well. So I'll be writing a paper on the diasporan experience for students in the diaspora. I'm still out of breath. Wow. Students in the diaspora. And I want to collate some information as I'm at the conference. So I'll be interviewing a select few. So if I'm going around asking professors or people in higher education what their experience has been over here and as well as the diaspora, I'll be collating a bit of information. So please look out for me so that I can write my paper, and then I'll be sending it out if you would like to see it as well. So that's behalf on the University of Manchester and Ubele as well. Thanks. I'm Becca, by the way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gumato Tinde. I'm from Marsabit County. I don't know if anyone knows that. Marsabit County. I work with Masiko. Masiko works in so many countries, but in Kenya, we are in 5 counties: Garissa, Wajir, Isiolo, Turkana, and Marsabit. So I'm the project officer for the GAL program. The GAL program deals with we enroll girls into the system. We support them for 6 months. We give trainings. So after the training, they choose the pathways they prefer. And if they are girls, right now I have girls doing beadworks. So we are being supported very much by Ushanga Kenya. And we also have girls who are in school. We took them back to school. So the whole program, in Kenya we have over 12,000 girls in the program. It also includes boys. So I'm here to take those interviews that you guys are going to take. And also, if there's any support any other organization can give, we will do it. And if Ushanga Kenya is planning for activities in Marsabit, we can also support. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman said earlier, the face of the future of philanthropy should be African. So if there are African investors in the room that can invest in this worthy project, she was brave enough to walk out. And I'm going to ask you to make sure you connect with the conference organizers so that that paper can be dispersed amongst, well, here and beyond. So we can be true to our word about ensuring that we're defining those narratives, writing our own stories. All right, let's come to you.
Thank you. How are you guys? My name is Glory Nyangena.
and I'm from Kenya, and from a place called Malindi. I work in an organization called Wadadia. Wadadia in full means Women and Development Against Distress in Africa. So I'm working there as a program officer in Kilifi, that is Malindi. And Wadadia works in 13 counties in Kenya. And of recent, it has opened a branch there in Kilifi. And we have been working there in Kilifi for almost 2 years now. But in total, Wadadia has worked over 5 years in Kenya. And it has their donors, Fistula Foundation. So Wadadia, what we do, we partner with women and young girls, and we focus on an issue or a condition known as fistula, obstetric fistula. And this condition is a very devastating condition to women, especially those who have prolonged labor, a condition where a woman leaks urine and feces. So with our partners, we do treatment, and then afterwards, our survivors, we reintegrate them. We help them we support them through psychosocial support. We also support them through empowering in terms of finance. And we also do reproductive health issues. We empower them through reproductive health issues so that they can be able to understand more in the community. So that is what we do. You are welcome to our organization to learn more. And also if you have, you can support us in any way, because these are things that we are doing in the community, and we need our people in the community. How do people connect with you? Yes? How do people connect with you? We have a Facebook page where we can, Wadadia, just Wadadia. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, give them all a hand. Thank you so much. Thank you for the dancing, but especially for the information that you shared. All right, so at this point, we're going to quickly hear from all the exhibitors that are on the outside, so that when we have broken for lunch, you will know who is on the outside, what they all have to offer, so you can explore all of them. You've heard from 2 already, and now all the way from London, an organization that I have worked before and still work with, that's doing a lot of work for the African diaspora over there in London. Please make welcome one of the directors, Philip Uday.
Thank you. I'm not going to be dancing, but at least the DJ recognized I'm a Nigerian, so thank you, DJ. Yes, I am a director of the Ubele Initiative. We're one of the co-conveners of this conference and supporters. And we have a stand manned by our team. I see Afia outside the tent. She's running away now. She's turning away and walking away. But you can find us just by the side here. Just to give a quick overview of Ubele Initiative and the work we do, it was founded in 2014 by Yvonne Field. Yvonne, are you here in the room? Yeah, she's being shy. Yvonne, can you stand up and give us a wave? Yvonne is the founder of the Ubele Initiative. And Yvonne has recently been recognized in the King's Birthday Honors. So if you know England, we have a king, King Charles of England, and he recognizes people with awards. Yvonne Field was recognized with an OBE. So this is an Order of the British Empire, so she's recognized for her work. But we're kind of flipping it to Order of British Excellence to take away the colonial element of it. But you know, it's a wonderful recognition of Yvonne's work and contribution to the UK. And so, yeah, just to understand a little bit about Ubele. Ubele is an African diaspora-led organization. We focus on, I would say, broadly building people in terms of building up skills, capacity, the training, but also the resources. And the resources might be the buildings. What are the spaces people need? What are the resources in terms of money that people need? And so we're working across a range of projects and a range of work streams to deliver for black and what we call racially minoritized people in the UK. So yeah, we look forward to working with partners here, collaborating, and yeah, we're excited to meet you. So thank you very much. Cheers.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. Zobu, zobu, enyimba, master. Toya dike, nenu dike. Toya dike.
All right. You know, I really like dancing. I guess that's a very Jamaican thing about me. And this music that you're playing is a bit teasing for me. You would permit me to do one more dancing thing, right? Yes? I'm working with you. You're the audience. You're the guests of honor. You're the special guest here. So let's see a hand up if I can do one more dancing thing. Oh, wow. That's the whole audience. But what I actually need someone who is African that can show me the dance move. And I'm going to do it with you. So you're going to teach me right here on stage. All our exhibitors are lining up, so we're actually waiting for that. And we have a very heavy conversation coming up right after lunch. So we actually do have time to do this very quickly, okay? So who's gonna be my dance teacher? Come really fast, doesn't have to be perfect. I'll accept you wherever you're at. If you're coming? Where's my dance teacher? Get the music cued. I'm waiting. All my exhibitors, can you come to sit here so I know that you're here? All my exhibitors who are ready to share, please come and sit right at this table at the front here, at the special table. Where's my dance teacher? Am I in Kenya? Am I on the continent of Africa? I'm sure there are people here from Nigeria, from Ghana, from here in Kenya, maybe from Rwanda. Nobody's coming to help the Jamaican sister? I'm waiting. You're building the courage. I know you're building the courage. Let's call the lady from St. John's Ambulance to share about her exhibit. So you're aware that even if you get very tired up here and anything happens, someone will be here to help you. So you're just going to tell us about your presence here today, and what you're able to, what you're contributing to the not to the ambulance, but to the conference. What you're contributing to the conference and generally to Kenya beyond the conference day. So come up. We're going to do ladies before gentlemen today. I'm still waiting for my dance teacher. Just come and consult me when you're ready.
Black Market Records.
Hi, good morning. So St. John Ambulance is an international non-profit organization that majors in ambulance services, first aid services, and we are here because we have our ambulance outside here. We are aware things happen. We do not wish for things to happen, but in case of anything, we are around, and we are also here with some of our merchandise, which is first aid kits. You guys need kits in your homes, in your vehicles. They are important so that you prepare for days where you don't see incidents coming, but they come. Yeah, that's all. Follow us on social media, St. John Kenya on all platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if anything happens to you at the conference or while you're teaching me to dance, St. John's Ambulance is here. Now from Wanderlust Diaries, we have Amma Cove. Please make her welcome.
Thank you very much. So Wanderlust Diaries is a digital platform on mostly Facebook, but you're on other platforms. It's a community that promotes sustainable travel and tourism. And the pitch that I'd want to share with you today is our project called Our Future in the Past, a partnership with the National Museums of Kenya. And it's looking at restoration of the museum. We're starting with the prehistoric site at Kariandusi. We're working with a community of women in that area. It's a sex work town. It's a town that's been built from sex work. So women who've been given life skills to go to alternative sources of income, and they are going to be the first ever all-women community tour guiding group. We don't have women in the tourism space in terms of community tour guiding, so that will be our first. And they're going to use a model that is public-private and government model, where they'll use the museum as the hub, and we've mapped out the tourism circuits around Elementaita, and then we are also using digital skills to get virtual tours, which is also something that's not available within the country. So we're looking forward to you joining us. We're on the first booth where you can share more. We have a project called Friends of Kariandusi, so we invite you to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She gets the award for the most participative conference delegate today. Give her a hand. Now we'll have Quinta from Mtufu Production Company.
Yeah, da. I'm on a romantic call.
Hello, my name is Quinta Katui. I work with Manka Food Production and Ethos Organic Cafe. It's among the top 3 restaurants in Nairobi that is like organic and plant-based. So we are at the far end. Today we are selling our organic foods and also spreading the knowledge of plant-based products. Thank you.
All right, so we're now going to have Chantel from Exil. That sounds exciting. Come on, Chantel.
Once again.
It's to kiss, baby.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chantel from Excel Lifestyle. We make handmade authentic jewelry from brass and leather products. We have earrings, we have necklaces, we have wallets, we have bracelets. You can come and visit us over there. And you can also follow us online on Instagram at Excel Lifestyle. We are majorly an online shop. Thank you.
Penzi langu kweli baby nipe tu na ukinikuta nimelala unanua ya juu tena kwa jinsi liko.
All right. I really love the representation of enterprise, culture, social impact, just a cross-section of every kind of business, enterprise, NGO, health that's in the house with us today. And there is one of the things that I do in Jamaica. I do so many things. I'm a multi-potentialite, I'm a academic, but everything that I do centers around social impact. And with the National Training Agency in Jamaica, I work with a lot of younger entrepreneurs. And then through Ubele, we had executed a model where we trained people who were actually 45 right up to 101 how to leverage their entrepreneurial skills. Because when people retire, they retire with a lot of knowledge and skills, don't it? That they have been developing over their lifetime. So we actually had a program for older persons to leverage their entrepreneurial skills. And I was watching a movie on the flight. By the way, for those who didn't meet me this morning, I'm coming all the way from Jamaica, through New York, to Ivory Coast, to Addis Ababa, and then here in Nairobi. And I landed at 1:30 a.m. last night. And I went to bed at 5 a.m. this morning. And I'm on stage now. Do I look like I'm rested? Yeah, it's the Kenya AC, the outside AC. We don't have outside AC in Jamaica, just inside buildings. So it's exciting. Now, Fred from Mwashaka Sauces is coming to give us the sauce.
Baby, follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, you with your coca.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let your food be thy medicine, and thy medicine be thy food. I'm Fred from Wachaka Sauces, and we make the best sauces in Kenya. We do full value chain management for garlic, ginger, and chili to make these sauces. And I'd like for you to come swing by our tent, taste them, and have a dose of health. Thank you.
Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa.
Thank you, Fred. Our food will be our medicine, and with entrepreneurs like Fred and the kind of food he makes, then we definitely we can definitely make our food or medicine. Anyone else in the house is into developing healthy food for our bodies? Just wave your hand. Maybe Fred can connect with you. All right, 1, 2.5. All right. All right, so now we saw a performance this morning, right? Right here on stage. And coming to show us what they've got from Ushanga, Kenya. Please make them welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Not a lot of energy, is there? Good afternoon, everyone. Jambo. Everyone speaks Swahili here. Not everyone, eh? Wonderful. So it would have been more practical to actually show you what we do rather than me coming here and say it. So we as Ushanga, Kenya, my name is Kokan, which is not very relevant. What we do is the most relevant thing. So my name is Kokan. We work with pastoralist women among 7 counties within the country. So we currently work with around 6,000 plus women within the 7 different counties. We have 40, how many counties do we have? 47 counties. So out of the 47, we have 7 and we have added another 10. So what we do with at Ushanga, we empower women through cultural preservation of beadwork. So our job is to be a catalyst for the women to teach them new designs, better marketing skills, better finishing skills, and also exploit them to the markets out there. And what we also do directly is have the women get their money directly. So we have e-commerce sites, we are on social media sites. So if all of you can check out Ushanga Kenya, Ushanga KE, we are a government organization working with women, empowering women through cultural preservation of beadwork. And as you can see on the screen, those are the women we work with, those are the communities we work with. So thank you.
All right. Before you leave the stage, can you teach me the cultural dance that you're doing? Since everyone else don't wants to teach me their dance yet, they're warming up. All right. Somebody have to give me step by step. Say don't leave. Stay with me. Don't leave. You're gonna show me. Bob. Give it up for them. How did I do? 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I'll take the applause to mean that I did well. Thank you so much. Was that good? Yeah, that felt like a bit of cultural immersion. And we'll have a fashion show tomorrow. So we'll see a lot more of them. And I'm really impressed at the work that they are doing to enhance their finishing skills, their entrepreneurial skills. So it's not just about the fashion, but the empowerment through the fashion. We do have 2 more exhibitors, and we love the people with the money. All right, so from GT Bank, welcome Cindy.
Steve. Good afternoon. It's so nice to be here, and it's so nice to see culture. When you see culture, you're just like, wow. And so my name is Cindy, and I'm from GT Bank. That is Guarantee Trust Bank, proudly African, of course. We are mainly an African bank, and we have branches in across 9 countries and currently expanding. And I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs here, and I'm happy to tell you that GT Bank is a young-based bank, a young-focused bank, and I'm seeing a lot of young people. So I know we are going to interact thoroughly after here, and our tent is based at the second last on this row. So when you're done here, please pass by our tent. We offer financial services, both personal banking and also business banking. So entrepreneurs, today we are going to meet and we're going to talk and discuss the options that we offer, and we hope that we make relationships from here. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. An African bank in 9 countries and still expanding. I'm excited about that. This is how you express your excitement in Kenya. Okay, all right. I'll work with it. I'm trying to get used to you. So next and final, we'll have from Shanga Arts, Suleiman.
Hello, greet everybody for you. We have another one. Good
evening, everyone. I'm here for Shanga Arts. Basically, what we do, we are based. We work with the youth. For culture, and we do make products. We make bags, and some like this. They're called tote bags. I invite you to our booth. I think it's the third one, the third booth. Immediately you come from here. Kindly pass by, check us out, and follow us on Instagram at ShangaArtsKE. And thank you. Have a nice time.
Leave the bag with me and you can go on. All right, we do have one more exhibitor left, and it's Samuel from Future First Kenya. Come along, Samuel.
Hi guys, I'm Bita, part of the partners, but it was important that we introduce what we do. My name is Thuo Kamau, but they call me Sam. I'm from Future First Kenya. We believe in the power of alumni networks. So for the diasporans who are here, you're thinking about reconnecting with your old high school, you're thinking about our public primary schools. We remember when they used to be nice, right? So what Future First does is we are pulling together the resource that we believe is alumni to come and give not just financial resource back to their schools, but also to offer mentorship and to also provide relatable role models to the future generation. So if you want to talk about your high school, you want to talk about your public school here in Kenya, how you want to give back, how you want to interact with that, please, I don't have a tent, but I'm the real tent. Please look for me.
All right, give him a hand. He is the tent. So just look out for him. Excellent. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking to bring this section to a close and go into the exhibits. So we're encouraging all the exhibitors to stand by your booth as we, in another 2 minutes or so, we'll be releasing everyone to spend the next 20 minutes viewing the booth, after which you will proceed to lunch. If you have not taken a read of the Welcome Forum message, please do so during the break. Also take a scan of what we'll be doing throughout the rest of the week. If you notice, we have been focusing heavily on decolonizing philanthropy aid, which is one of the three focal areas, that we're looking at during this conference. We're going to be focusing heavily tomorrow on climate change, and then broadly as we go along in the conference on sustainable development and what that means specifically for our region and for Africans all around the world. So with that, I'm going to send us to the booth exhibits. So we're going to have 20 minutes of you viewing all the displays. Here also is some photo setups. For those of you who are inclined to using social media, we're encouraging you to use the hashtags that I mentioned earlier. That's hashtag GADF. Please write it down if you must. So it's hashtag GADF, hashtag African Diaspora, and hashtag Year of Return Kenya. So I want to thank all of you who have returned here for the Year of Return. And this is just a reminder that we have established the 6th region of Africa, and we're going to make that mean something, moving that from a talk shop to not just a workshop, but how we do our work and actions that allows Africans, members of the African diaspora, Pan-Africanists, etc., to thrive wherever they are in the world. So with that, we will see you back at 3:30. Yeah. So we're going to have 20 minutes of viewing the exhibits and networking. Then we go to lunch, and we'll be back here at 3:30 sharp to have the final plenary for today. Have fun.
So twerky, bitch.
Hey DJ, stop on the replay. Are you the best #1 DJ? Name me cuando jange jirinze. It's a weekend.
then take action. This is an action space that we're in. Let me hear a sound from you if you agree. Hip hip. All right. Somebody sounded like they were going to make another sound. All right. So we have 3 people that we want to quickly just come and tell us 2 lines about what they do, and then we'll go into the meat of the final discussion. I'm going to introduce that to you shortly. So quickly, let's have the lady from Dero.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Julia. I'm representing an organization that is outside in a tent called Dero. We're based in Kisumu in Western Kenya. We're actually a very nascent organization. We're 2 weeks old. It's an initiative of visual artists, craftspeople, but IT practitioners working with the museum, the National Museums of Kenya and the Kisumu Museum, to promote visual art, heritage and culture, to create employment for young people, but also to go beyond that and look at how we hold people, how we encourage civic engagement, mental wellness, and self-awareness. So that, in a nutshell, is what the organization is intending to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. Clearly, all the entrepreneurs in Kenya goes beyond just mere entrepreneurship, but it's also heavily involved in empowering others around them. Let's now have Wanderlust to come and give us a quick one-liner so we understand the tours and all the things we can enjoy around Kenya. Nairobi University, please stand by. We're doing this very quickly.
Thank you very much. So Wanderlust Diaries is a platform for travel. We have organized for you guided tours. You are in the only capital city that has a national park. So please don't leave without seeing our animals. We have a heritage tour that will be looking at the various heritage spaces, from the National Museum to archives, to Karen Blixen. I think I sat with some ladies who wanted to see that. And then we have a wild side of Nairobi. So this is where you mingle with animals, from the National Park to Giraffe Center to Shedrick Elephant Sanctuary. And then the last but not least is a guided tour of Nairobi, the city. We have something called the matatu culture. Please don't leave without experiencing a matatu. Thank you.
Yep, I definitely want to experience a matatu. All right, now we'll hear from the gentleman from Nairobi University.
Person when no person, you know they give person. If you want no person, you know go first person.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think she just said it wrong. It's the University of Nairobi. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you, all of you, for coming. Number one, I'm Ramadan Juma, a student leader from the University of Nairobi. I want to take this opportunity to welcome our all foreign visitors. Welcome to Kenya. Number two, as a university, we offer a variety of courses from medicine, engineering, social sciences, agriculture field. So wherever you are, want to do a master's, PhD, or a bachelor's, feel much welcome at the University of Nairobi. Feel much welcomed. Lastly, we normally say, don't die without your CV having a paper from the University of Nairobi. Feel much welcomed. I don't have the tent. I'm the tent myself. Anything about the university partnership, feel much welcomed. And in near future, next event, we are ready to host you. Yes, thank you.
All right, there was a lot of promises there. I don't know who is going to take up that challenge. Before you die, make sure from the University of Nairobi that you have a paper from there. All right, are you ready to go into some deep discussion again, everybody? Yes, that sounds good. Sounds like you're ready. Because I was just about to have everyone stand up on their feet and dance for 1 minute. I think the research says from the University of Nairobi that when you dance, your brain becomes more absorbent. Do you think that could be true? Let's test the theory. Let's go. Everybody up on your feet. I'm going to make it very easy for you. All right? Because we have some people who have been seasoned and are academics in the area of philanthropy. That's going to take us real deep. So we're going to need this. All right? So we're just going to do a simple step-to-step like this. The music will start soon. So step. Your feet won't fall off. Don't worry. Step. Right? Yes. And then you're going to get the hands like this. And then your hand is moving. Put energy in it.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially a bite and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna roll that thing, baby. Let me take a look. Oh Lord, no matter the girls in the whole world, I know what I'm doing is so wrong. Cause since no man I'm a
walk with it a little now.
Walk. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what if I?
Yes.
What if I?
Look at that lady in the stripe right there.
What if I do?
I like it.
She said.
All right, settle down now. Thank you. Okay. Good job. All right, we have a dinner party on the 6th.
Your waist, my heart.
Okay, he started doing the official dance for that song. Very good, audience. Give yourself a big round of applause. Because during lunchtime, some people were saying my audience is dry, but you could never be talking about this audience. This is my amazing audience of the 2023 Global African Diaspora Forum. I feel like I'm really in Kenya now. And you know, as Jamaicans, the gentleman at immigration last night said to me, welcome home. So I'm at home. Yes, yes. Give them a round of applause. They were really nice at the airport. Now, we're going to have a discussion on strategic philanthropy needs to address to ensure more equity. Everyone say equity. So what we want to ensure is more equitable outcomes for Africa and the African diaspora community over the next 5 years. Now, this panel will be moderated by someone with many, many years of experience. And we'll be doing this in the format of a fireside chat. All right, so I'll welcome them all, and then we'll just shift the stage immediately to facilitate the panel setup. Now, I'm welcoming, first of all, Miss Yvonne Field. She's a serial social entrepreneur and a change agent who have spent more than 4 decades, that's most of her life, working with grassroots organizations, frontline staff, senior managers, international, government, civil society, and more. She's a strategic community builder. She has worked across 20 European countries, the English-speaking Caribbean, Asia, and South Africa. She established and grew and led a management consultancy and training company for over 15 years, providing services to the public and not-for-profit sector, as well as advising the UK government. She has spent 10 years in academia at Goldsmith University in London. In 2014, she would have started the Ubele Initiative, which is a partnership here today. And you may recognize the word Ubele, which means the future. She's a national lead convener for the Phoenix Way, a new multi-million-pound grant and support program for Black and racially minoritized communities. As a result of her leadership in COVID-19, Yvonne was included in the national list of Women of the Year 2021 and named one of the 20 national charities Times Civil Society Pandemic Pioneers in that year. In 2023, she won an OBE for services to the voluntary community and social sector. Please make welcome the amazing social justice warrior, Miss Yvonne Field. All right. So I welcome to the fireside to join Yvonne, Mr. Derek Bardwell, who is an author, transformative coach, and philanthropy advisor. Once a music journalist and a youth worker for many years, a disruptive funder. I love that. He advocates for reparations. Derek's first book, No Win Race, explored race and racism in modern Britain through a lens of sport. Very unique, very interesting. It was a Sunday Times and Financial Times book in the year 2019. His second book, Giving Back, How to Do Good Better, which I actually use a lot in my work and we use a lot at UBELE. It reimagines philanthropy through a reparative lens. He's currently CEO of 10 Years Time. His profile continues. He's an excellent man. Please put your hands together for Mr. Derek Bardwell. All right. And to round out the panel, he's actually representing Judge Peter Herbert from Bandung, Africa, is Mr. Duncan Ojaiwong, who is the Dean of Law at the African Nazarene School of Law. He practiced law in the U.S., in Chicago, and has lived in the U.S. for 14 years, and he's now back to contribute to Kenya. Please make welcome Dr. Duncan. All right. Now it's over to Miss Yvonne Fields. She will lead this panel, and a big part of this panel is your involvement. So over to Miss Field to lead this panel.
I can't hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Great. Okay, thank you. It's with great delight and honor that I've been asked to facilitate this fireside chat. And when I thought about this, I thought, would a fireside chat be appropriate in Kenya? But actually, I think with the weather that we've got, it's really good that we warm each other up. So I think it's quite appropriate. As has been said, my name's Yvonne Field, and I'm delighted to be here, particularly because when we thought about UBELE as a concept, Africa was very much part of the diaspora connections that we wanted to make. It's taken us 10 years to get to Africa as a group. And there's about 20 of us here with you for the next 4 days. So please, we'd love to have conversations. And I know one of my colleagues came up earlier and talked about UBELE, but please seek us out, and we want to seek you out over the next 4 days. Thank you. So, why a conversation about strategies for philanthropy? UBELE has actually only been involved in philanthropy and grant making itself for about the past 3 years. However, we found ourselves, like many black-led organisations in the UK and in other parts of the diaspora, actually being excluded from accessing grant opportunities to support the groups and organisations that we wanted to support. We got involved in this area during COVID, and now we found ourselves it was one of the leading black-led organisations in the UK involved in grant making. So that's why I'm here today. I'm not a specialist in grant making, I'm learning as we go along, but we have been able to make a useful intervention in terms of changing the systems for grant making in the UK. So, Derek Bardwell is a dear colleague of mine, and actually what I'd like to say, I'm glad that I've got you here on stage, because you did a fireside chat with me in March. You didn't know what I was going to say, did you? You looked a bit fearful. And so now the tables are turned, okay. And Dr. Duncan, we literally bumped into each other at lunchtime. You told me a bit about your family and also the work that you're doing in relation to land rights with the Maasai community. And part of the work that we've been doing is around assets and wealth and community wealth. So I want to bring you into the conversation, particularly around those areas that you've been working in. So, as Tashana said, this conversation is more practical. We're looking at what can we do in order to ensure that we have outcomes for grant making that actually are more equitable. So Derek, I'd like to start with you. And just tell us a little bit about the work you've been doing over the past 15 years in terms of disrupting the philanthropy system. And what do you see happening at the moment?
Well, thanks, Yvonne, and I'm really happy to be here. So, I mean, the first thing I want to say is I always qualify this by splitting what I mean by philanthropy. So I think if you look at philanthropy as an institutional practice, then it really wasn't designed to benefit us as black people, as racially minoritized people. If you're talking about it as an institutional practice, it has been designed to preserve and accumulate wealth. And a lot of that wealth has been built from the extraction and exploitation from us as people. So what you see in terms of philanthropy, in terms of how money is distributed, most of it doesn't get to us. So in the UK, for example, funding to racially minoritized-led organizations is only about 5%, where we comprise around 14% of the population. And even when that money is distributed, that 5%, then very few bits of that money goes towards campaigning, research, advocacy, or other things that might lead to more systemic change. So it's designed to appease, it's designed to keep us in our place. That's what I would look at institutional philanthropy as. And I split that away from what philanthropy is in its purest forms. And when I think about philanthropy in its purest forms, I think about Caribbean traditions, I think about some of the Black British traditions, and when I speak to Kenyans here, I see the alignment where it's a very much more a circular way of doing things, where risk and reward is shared. It's around doing more with less, because that's what we've needed to do to survive the ruins of empire, colonialism, and slavery. It also has, it's also a cultural practice, and when I say cultural practice, it's stuff that's based around our own lived experiences. And then finally, that practice gives us this thing called the curb cut effect. And what tends to happen is that when we as black people, often the canaries in the mine, when we find solutions to problems, it often benefits people more widely, and we've seen that in so many different spheres. So for me, there is a need for the institutional practice to be abolished and to go, and for the cultural practices to be the things that start to replace that. Now, if that's the North Star, then it means that we are way, way away from that. We're not close to seeing that. So from a very practical level, the one thing that I would say has happened over the last 2 to 3 years that gives us some leverage for change is obviously the lynching of George Floyd, in combination with COVID, has created some minor level of accountability for institutional funders to be able to start funding black and brown people. And I think that part, that leverage, for all of the years that I've been involved in philanthropy, hasn't ever really been there. Do I see philanthropy moving towards being more of a cultural practice? I don't see that in my lifetime. What I do see, however, is money being moved differently, and money being moved more to infrastructural bodies, towards black and brown led funds, and to the black radical imagination, to those that are envisaging black liberation in the future. I am seeing something that will say that more money will start to go into that area. But the one thing that we can say over the last 2-3 years, which hasn't changed, is we haven't seen any change in power. So power is still held by the same people, and we haven't seen a significant release of resources or anti-racism centralized in philanthropic practices. For us to see progress, one of those 3 things probably needs to happen, and given that we now have leverage points, those are probably the 3 things that I would really locate as things to target, as ways in which we can change things, at the very least to move money differently.
Thank you. Okay, there's lots of themes within that you raised that I'd like to come back to, but I'd really like to bring in Dr. Duncan now to talk a bit about the work that you're doing, particularly with the Maasai communities and land rights. When we spoke very briefly over lunchtime, you were talking about the 75,000 acres of land that you've been involved in, but also the 1903 treaty that really you're trying to ensure is implemented. And we're talking about community wealth here in terms of assets.
Thank you. So when I was a student for my PhD, I was involved in a case in North America called our Stingney case. It was a case where their land had been taken by the government, and myself and the special rapporteur worked together to get them their land back. So basically, that was my eye-opener to the context of what I'm trying to do in Kenya. We were able to help the indigenous people draw their own map of their resources. So when we went to the to the American Court of Human Rights, the state had its map, the indigenous people had their map of their resources. And so there is a training that they underwent to have their own story, to have their own map of their resources, and therefore it was almost speaking at the equal power level, where they will be giving their story that from time and time immemorial, this lake had this, these are our resources, and all that. So coming to Kenya about 10 years ago, one of the issues that caught my attention was, if you go to Nanyuki area, there is a lot of philanthropy. And what will happen is the type of philanthropy that probably is exploitative. So somebody will get maybe one buffalo, and with that get 10 acres, no, not 10 acres, about 50 acres of land, and call that a conservation. Usually somebody from Britain, probably even a British citizen, have come to help Africa conserve nature, conserve the environment and their animals. So then with that, they had a way that they could get the land for free, put a few animals, and I'm talking of maybe 1 or 2 wild animals, and say this is now a conservation. Then go to the UNESCO and register it as a World Heritage Site so that it's protected by the UN system. And with that, you'll have the thirsty Maasai community that are saying, we want to graze. And they're told, no, this is now a conservation. And there's a lot of ranches, thousands and thousands of acres of this community that have been turned to conservation. Maybe I should put that in quote, in the name of preserving the animal, preserving nature. And so, you know, the way the law works in Kenya, if you have 50,000 acres, you probably have a river within your land. And so the Maasai want to water the animals. They are shot, or they are told they are poachers. They cannot get into this land because it's a private land that is protected because it's conservation. So the conversation, we engaged, myself and a few lawyers, went to this philanthropists, asking them, of all the problems we have in Kenya, including carjacking, why is conserving one buffalo the biggest priority in 50,000 acres? And the Maasais are going there without land, without water, and you are going there with a shotgun or a machine gun, and the planes are coming directly from Britain and landing there, and people are having nice time in the ranch and going back to Britain, and this place is almost protected. You can tell there's a lot of cases where people have been shot, or you are not needed in this area. So with that, we had a case about that. Then the second case was the Kedong case. For Kenyans, they will know. It's about 75,000 acres. It has a lot of geothermal. And so the case that I took to the African Commission for Human Rights is to say that the 1903 treaty, if you know, the Maasai are one of the community that actually signed the Anglo-Maasai Treaty. And in the treaty, that was a land preserve for them. So we are saying that, you know, just honor the treaty. And Kenya, as a government, took over from Britain. Therefore, the right of the Maasai were retained. But finally, maybe I just want to observe that if you are talking of philanthropy, the ones that we see here sometimes, not all the time, are disruptive, usury, and sometimes almost patternistic in a way that does not generate the community. So when he was describing, I wrote one paper 10 years ago, the title that is relevant for this is Using Africa Ubuntu to Reform Corporate Social Responsibility. Because Kenya and African countries have been going for long to reform corporate social responsibility, from charity, from I can do anything, and it is based on the Western philosophy where you don't have to help. But if you look at the African Ubuntu, I am because we are, then you have a responsibility to actually help, and by helping is helping the community to repair and heal itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Duncan. In fact, as you were speaking about the appropriation of the land by the English and the British, and the framing of that as conservation sites, I was here 2 years ago. It was my first time in Kenya 2 years ago, my first time in East Africa, and I ended up in one of those places. And I was just completely shocked, at what I was seeing and the ways in which some of those places were being run. And I felt that I was unwittingly complicit by visiting the site that I went to, and realized, the British are here in full glory, alive and kicking, and it didn't sit well with me. So thank you for that. Derek, let's just come back to some of the points that you made earlier. I'm really interested in, so you talked about some of the marginal changes that we've seen, particularly since George Floyd and COVID, but where have you seen the system really, really still being stuck, in terms of, if you said I had one area that I wanted to really get into and unlock and really just, not unlock, crack open, what would it be that you would want to do? Sorry, we're all friends here, so you can be as honest as you'd like to be.
Yeah, so the thing is, I haven't seen much change, but so many people say, I'm very critical of philanthropy, why am I still in it? The one thing that I would say about philanthropy is that, one, it's very poorly regulated, and also it's a site for independent money. So in terms of how you unlock it, it's a lot easier than a lot of other institutions in terms of how you lock it. And in terms of leverage, some of that leverage is mainly around human beings. It's around people. It's not necessarily around, and yes, they are reinforcing the systems, but you're not having to deal with either deep regulation, you're not necessarily, certainly in the UK context, having to really deal with government in terms of, for example, an endowed trust releasing more of their endowment, or an organization taking the route of wanting to spend down their endowment. You really don't have that many layers. So your leverage points generally are trustees, they are CEOs, they're senior leadership teams, and I'm not saying that I know the way to be able to convince them to do differently, but you are talking about trying to convince human beings as opposed to also having to deal with so many other layers that you might find in other institutions. So there's clear leverage points. And also a lot of people that are in philanthropy, they kind of think because they're doing good, that they must be great or they must be good people and stuff, and so when anything happens that starts to threaten that, that's where the panic comes in. Whenever anything happens which says, so it happened a few years ago with some of the safeguarding issues, it's happened with, as I said, with George Floyd, those things put human beings who think they're doing good on alert, and it does create a bit of space for change. Now, that shouldn't be the case. It should not be the case that pain is the thing that changes, but that is how philanthropy has been built. That's the system, and until that is completely reversed, that's probably where some of those leverage points really still exist.
Okay. And Dr. Duncan, I'd like to put a similar question to you, but in terms of philanthropy in Africa, where do you see their real sort of stuckness? I mean, You talked a bit about what it looks like at the moment, but where would you want to really try and intervene in order to create more equitable outcomes?
So the effect in Africa become even bigger because it's agenda setting. Easily the buzzword in Kenya is, our partners. And that will be somebody from the UN, that philanthropist. Basically, they can almost do whatever they want, including walking in my village and picking every cute child and saying, I want this for adoption. So there is a little bit of what we call the Mzungu factor. Mzungu factor is the privilege or the benefit of doubt given to a white skin, that they mean well, they know what they're doing, and all we need to do is take the help. Now, in terms of reform or priority, you find that one, there's that attitude of it's our money, and anyone work for them, and so some of the efforts could be counter, and indeed counter building of the communities locally. I'm a human rights attorney, and I don't do much of individual rights, but group rights. So like land for the people, culture for the people, and you'll rarely find any philanthropy on that area. Most of it will be very, very individualistic geared, not so much building the community, building the culture, building resilience, and even the foundation. So most of it will be individual rights, important of course, but at the expense of what could be used to build a community. So, for example, one of the issues that we are doing in the land case is helping these Maasai and bargaining with them that when we get this land, you must form a trust. We are not going to split this land because you have a right to live and own land as a group. You don't want to own it as an individual, and that is all right. That's distinctive, and it's okay. So we are going to form a trust, and in that trust, we are going to make sure that you can research, you can inform, because most of the development are around that area, so that you have your sense of ethics and running. In other words, you shouldn't be, this group that only meet in bomas and dance for the visitors. You should be able to say, when it comes to investment in a company, that this is our Maasai ethics. This is how we think leadership should run. And that you can only do if you have a group and a trust. You can build a university, you can develop your knowledge, you can develop the culture. And so that is a concept that I also picked from the Awasting case I was saying, but I could see why if we help this community as individuals, then we don't have the Maasai as a group. And it is important to modernize, and by modernizing, to be the gap between understanding where the world is and saying, now this is the forum where the Maasai can still exercise the group culture, but be able to still do modern things, including running modern business.
Thank you for that. And as you were speaking about collective action and building trusts, one of the things that we've been doing in Ubele is to work with communities to actually secure community spaces as assets, because many of those spaces that we secured in the 1970s and 80s, we're now finding that they're being taken away from us because the areas that we live in are historically poor areas. They're now becoming gentrified. They're now becoming desirable by the Mzungus. And so we've had to fight hard and fast to make sure that we keep that wealth within our communities. I just use the term Mzungus because one of the things that we did yesterday in Ubele when we came together was to talk about, as diaspora people, how do we behave when we're in Africa? Do we also get labelled as Mzungus? Do we behave like Mzungus, given some of the experiences that we have? So I'm just...
What experience are these? How many are from Kenya? Could you raise your hand? And let me address my Kenyan colleagues for
Please.
1 second.
No, please
By
do.
the way, this probably is the only genuine thing I'm doing. I realize how naive and unfair our people are. Not this group. Of course, by the fact that we are here, we are a distinct group. When I was a student, so that we are the very people who have the high appetite of the so-called the Mzungu factor. We are the very people who don't know how to treat an American who is not white. I mean, how do you treat a Briton who is not white? So and we have to understand that colonized people are sick people. We can recover, but part of colonization messed up with our self-esteem. The racism is so big and it has put hierarchy, so that easily you find we put this race here and the rest here. I have seen, and I was part of the program that was bringing a youth student here, and some of them will break in tears because when they come with their white colleagues, they find that our African colleagues are more ready to bond, go to hiking with the white colleagues, take them home, and this girl who thought I'm coming home is wondering, what is this home? So you have to bear with us because we are recovering. And finally, that came up because when I was in a school in the US, my teacher presented, and in their presentation, he was an African American. The PowerPoint ended by saying, "Why did you sell us?" And I said, no, we didn't sell you. That's white man's lie. You are somebody's child somewhere who was picked and enslaved. And so I think what you guys are doing, believe me, is so important, is so radical. And I salute you, and I think we are recruited, and we need to walk this journey together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. So Derek, you know, when I was thinking about just the group that are here, but also all the organisations and people, black people in the UK who are diaspora people, but are actively involved in initiatives on the continent. Just within our group here, we have you know, participants from Inobele, from Ghana and Nigeria and South Africa and Gambia and Jamaica and so on. So, you know, we're here in the room, okay? So what contribution might we make to the continent that you think might be of help? Whether it's through philanthropy, whether it's through initiatives, but what can we do? What could we offer?
I'm just going to slightly twist the question a little bit, because I guess what I'm really interested in is what our common political goals are. Okay. You know, so I'm interested in what bonds us. So when we get into a forum like this and we talk, and we'll talk over the next couple of days, and then hopefully there'll be working groups that emerge from this. I think the bit that I'm interested in is what are the things that bond us and tie us and enables us to do our little bit where we are to support each other's efforts, because that feels, even within the England context, it feels very divided. It feels like there is a very individual lens or analysis on race equity, on Britain and things of that nature, which means that, you know, true to colonialism, true to philanthropy, it ends up kind of dividing us, as opposed to finding the sites and the spaces where we get together and actually, yes, have discussion, have good food, listen to music, debate, but actually come together on the things that we agree about. And if you look at the tradition of sort of activism in Britain, when you look at the black community, it was like, it was the place where so many different people...
I hear them talk of John Floyd moment. Probably that for you is relevant because it's closer home for you. But it's a struggle that we have had with the De Beers of the world. The other day, the daughter of a prominent politician in this country was she nominated, or she's now the face of something, the diamonds from South Africa, one of the most crazy companies in the world. And you keep on wondering, are we so blind to reason or to the same people. I would want some reflections of that. Because, as Ojwang has said, we need to be, they need to bear with us. Do we need to bear, or we need to understand each other? Thank you.
Okay, I think the first comment was for me, potentially, to answer, as I'm one of the ones in the room with the OBE. So let me say that the decision to accept the OBE was one of the hardest decisions in my life. And the reason why is because I sit in a place of discomfort in relation to the colonial legacy that England and the UK and Great Britain has foisted on my people. It was my daughter, who is Generation X, who said, "Mum, you need to accept this award, partly in recognition of the 50 years of service that you've provided to communities, but more importantly, actually, for the unsung sheroes in our community, including my mother, who passed away in 2011, who did extraordinary work. She was from a rural community, never got any recognition, and that what is one of thousands of black women in the UK, Caribbean women and African women that have served. So I took it in honor of those women, the unsung sheroes, first and foremost, and I really hope that I can use that amongst other tools I've got in my armor to continue to shove, sorry for the colloquialism, shove open doors. I could say kick down doors that stayed firmly closed to our community. But it's only one of many, many tools that I hope I've got. And, you know, I squirm. I have to be honest. I sit with discomfort. It's not part of the armory that I wear lightly. In fact, armor is heavy to wear. But actually, I had many conversations, particularly with my daughter, and felt that this was would be part of the tools in my toolkit that I could use for the work that I do. So that's part of the rationale. And Derek, do you want to answer the other part of the question and comment?
Yeah,
in terms of moments and activism.
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree. I like what you've said. So part of that, what are our common political goals? What does we mean? I don't know what that is, because when you go into international forums, it certainly doesn't cross boundaries that would say America, Europe, Africa, America. So I think that's one thing that really needs to be defined. But there is also a piece here that says, yeah, absolutely right. The George Floyd moment was a moment for white people, like, because we're talking about this in the context of philanthropy. So in the context of philanthropy, it was a big moment for them. Like in Britain right now, we're talking about the cost of living crisis. And the cost of living crisis has been something that black and brown people have been enduring for years and years and years. But it's something that is touching the mainstream in a way that suddenly people start talking about these issues, about police brutality, but then the response to that being decolonization and things like that, full well knowing that this has been going on in other places for many, many years and years and years. So when I talk about self-determination, self-defining and self-organizing, part of what underpins that is the we. So some of those stories, some of the legacy of this is not lost. And so when we are talking about decolonization, and it's myself included, because I'm still learning about Black British activism, so I'm still, when I'm talking, learning to attribute to the past things that might seem very new to the current generation or Gen Z. I have to correct and say, oh no, this happened back in the day, and attributing, and I think that is really important. But coming back to it, that question of the we, I think, is really essential.
And can I also just add to this, although I've kind of slightly moved my position, but I really would just like to make a comment on this point. I think the George Floyd murder allowed younger people to rise to the fore in parts of the world, for their voices, for their strategies, for their needs, for their wants to be heard in a way that they hadn't been heard or seen for many, many years. And it's a challenge to us older leaders that this should happen, but it's really an important moment for that. And we're able to build on that as we go forward. And I'm going to call in the lady behind you for a comment or a question. I can see this is getting quite hot, which I really like. This is what we're here for, that real dialogue. And then also after yourself, I'd like Dr. Duncan to make a comment, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay. I know you had your hand up, so maybe I think you want to rebuttal, or you want to... I'll go, okay. I just want to say thank you so much for the panel. So what I think is really interesting is the politics of the race politics of philanthropy. And, you know, Priscilla and I were colleagues here. Our focus is on helping build African philanthropy to support refugees and displaced people across Africa. That's our focus. And I've lived in Nairobi for 5 years. My country of origin is Pakistan, and I was born and raised in Canada. And I stipulate the identity politics so I can provide that context for myself. But what I've found interesting in the race politics of philanthropy is when the Ukraine emergency occurred, or the Afghanistan emergency occurred, the global private sector appeal was astounding. And it was strong, and it was immense. And we had donors even from this region coming together to give to the Ukraine emergency. On the flip side, we see Africa hosting the most number of displaced people in the world. It's over 38 million. And we have some of the most underfunded emergencies in the region. Sudan recently being a major crisis. And yet the same bravado and the same gumption of giving doesn't exist. And I'm trying to grapple that with, you know, understanding of the intersectionality of race and power and the power imbalances of global North and global South. And even as a Pakistani Canadian, and one of the things I manage across the region is Islamic philanthropy. And I think that faith-based giving is very interesting. But I remember when the Syrian conflict occurred, Pakistan gave more to the Syrian conflict than they did to their own brothers and sisters that were suffering in their homeland. And I believe that it is imbued within a racial hierarchy, right? It's the South Asians that perceive the Arab Muslims as being more authentically Muslim, for example. It is the Africans that perceive white people should not be suffering. And to me, it's a point of sadness. It hurts my heart, where we're trying to raise money for drought-affected families, and people instead are wanting to channel their money to Ukraine. And I will say this, and I know we're being recorded, but I'll say this with a caveat. But working in the humanitarian relief space, you know, I remember hearing that in the Ukraine operation, they had so much funding that they were able to give out chocolate on Easter, whereas here we barely have access to water for hundreds of thousands of families that are fleeing the drought. So I think it goes back to the question of who are we, right? Because in the sphere of creating a community and a semblance of African philanthropy, and I love, I believe, Derek, what you said about deinstitutionalizing philanthropy and instead building up cultural practices. But the cultural practice also needs to be on looking at the racialized bodies and who is deserving of philanthropy and intervention and who is not. And why we tend to demean ourselves and our own communities in order to have some form of what I even perceive as showmanship. The church is going to give, the church in so-and-so African country is giving money to the Ukraine emergency. You know, it's like I want to be a part of this white supremacy of saviorism, although I'm flipping it backwards and I'm black, but I'm doing, you know what I mean? Like, and so I want to get your insights on this, and also some, you know, I don't know, it's a lofty question that I'm asking, but it's something that I've been grappling with 5 years since working here. It's something that we've talked a lot about, of how do you, and it goes back to Black Lives Matter. How do you recognize the fact that we need to invest in our own communities and that we don't, you know what I mean. I think I don't need to espouse on it too much more, yeah.
Okay, how are we going to do this? Because I'm aware there's also a comment, Dr. Duncan, you wanted to make in relation to the comments that were made earlier, and then maybe we can pick this one up as the last one. Did you want to?
Okay, yeah, very fast. I think Professor Makau Mutoa wrote a book of the 3 paradox of human right, and I think it can be extended to philanthropy. A white savior, an African savage, and an African victim. The way you write a good proposal is to say, you know, you guys are civilized, you know better, you must have a savior, you must have a victim, usually a white, black female, you know, undergoing FGM or wife inheritance, all this. And then the savage is this African culture that cut women with corrugated knife and all that. So that model, white savior, it can be a white institution, white embassy, white country, savage, and a savior. Secondly, I think that Africa only produced 2% of the world knowledge. So don't be mad if people don't know what is going on in the continent. We only produce 2%, and 1% is down in South Africa. We are not impacting the world with whatever we are doing because we are not producing the knowledge. We are depending on other knowledge. That is why the theory of philanthropy comes from the Western model and the other model and not ours. Thirdly, if you look at the issue of Floyd, you know, I've been in an institution where I find Africans saying, why should I celebrate Black Month history? I want African Month history. But they have no problem with celebrating July 4th or 7th or whatever. So there is a way that, and that's why I said colonized people are sick people. You have a problem celebrating Black Month history because you are not black, but you have no problem celebrating any white or international holiday. So that we look at those things happening to our brothers there as a moment and their moment and converge. But sometimes it's easier to just say, you know, why can't they, it's about me, it's about us versus black versus Nini. He gave an history of colonization. The conversation was going on in Britain and the US. Kwame Nkrumah and whatever came from there, gathered the philosophy with Du Bois and whatever, came and liberalized us. Finally, we are in a state where, and I found a lot of philanthropists, even in the US, the black complaining. When a state official leaves South Africa or Kenya to America, they don't meet the diaspora people. They don't meet the black people. They go play hockey with a group of some other races. And they're not helping those diaspora people to lobby for their interest. Because you are not a voter. And therefore, it's only our diaspora who can leverage on their political leaders to say, what are you doing for Africa? Now, when Israeli president goes to US, they first meet the Israeli diaspora. When an African leader go there, he does not want to meet the diaspora. He's not meeting the black caucus of the senators. He's only wanting to meet the white philanthropists. And then we come back and say, where are our diaspora people? Where are they? Of course, they are left behind. Finally, we used to have a situation where we used to go to South Africa and ask the question, what is the index of racial, are white people accepting us? Until we say this is nonsense. We are not going to wait until this, because it's not in our power for them to accept us. They can accept us, they can deny us. Let us meet as diaspora people and as black people and as African people, and we don't need to look at the index of how are they treating us every year and playing victim. We can move from where we are together as a group. Thank you.
I'm going to clap that because I think so there's a couple of things. One is, you know, internalized racism. That thing about the we and the common political goals, we we have to work on ourselves. So that thing that I said about our generation generally worked, and didn't do or spend enough time around healing and well-being and really understanding our actions and the consequence of our actions. That needs to happen. And of course there is a hierarchy in terms of the disposability of bodies. Like black bodies are disposable, so it's not valued as much as other bodies. It's you know, and we do that often to ourselves. But the other thing, and this is to your point, is very much around when you have wealth and you're black, right? And this is just something, I'm not saying this from any research or anything, this is just something that I've observed. One, who are you surrounded with? So you're still surrounded with the same wealth advisors, the same wealth lawyers, the same people that white people are surrounded by who are advising you about what you're going to spend your money on, how you're going to invest it. If you're going to give money to good causes, you're still going to be advising around the same people. You're still going to have the same people around you. So that hasn't changed. So until that changes, then you're still actually dealing with, yes, a black wealth holder, but someone that's still getting the same level of advice as everyone else. The other thing is, and this I completely agree with, is you might have celebrities or people that have some form of platform who essentially are saying that they are representing the black community, but absolutely spend no time whatsoever with the most affected or impacted communities. They are not there being in those spaces or having those conversations or reflecting the voice. And if you look back at some of our artists and academics, our scholars and leaders from the past, a lot of the time when they were having these discussions in their debates wasn't just among scholars, academics with academics. They were talking to ordinary people. They were basing their analysis, their activism around the experiences of ordinary people. So one of the things that happens in NGO world is that, of course, lots of people get funded and platformed to be the voice of the black community. But as they get more money, they suddenly start to drift away. They get co-opted. Their language gets misappropriated. So my point here is, one of the questions that I always ask if I'm speaking to someone that's very wealthy is, what contact do you have with those that are most impacted with that issue? Because if you are not building from the lens of ordinary people, if you're not building from the lens of those that are most impacted, then more often than not, you're going to get it wrong and you're going to have to refurbish it. And that's what we see a lot with philanthropy today, is that most people do not build from that lens, and most wealth holders don't build from that lens. That means that years along down the line, even if their percentages of money is going more to black people and it's creeping up, it still means that they need to refurbish it. It still means that probably somewhere along the line, they are valuing white bodies more so than black bodies.
So I'm just looking over to Shana, who's encouraging us to pull this conversation together. Well, actually, the conversation has gone on longer than we had originally anticipated, but actually, I think it's been very rich. I did say it was a fireside conversation, so it got a little bit heated in places, but that's really important, that actually views were heard. We touched on a whole raft of issues. We talked about collective responsibility and really the question of who are we, and particularly common political goals. We talked very early on, Dr. Duncan, about storytelling and documenting, and that was mentioned this morning, that actually, you know, we need to try and find ways that are culturally appropriate to document our stories as evidence. We talked about partnerships and actually power dynamics in partnerships and what kind of partnerships we would like to and need to build in philanthropy to ensure more equitable outcomes. We mentioned what I would call homecoming, and that's particularly for us as diaspora people. We are often quite desperate, and I use desperate in inverted commas, to be welcomed home. And we would really like to find real opportunities to do that, to have African borders open to us in ways that you know, currently, I know there's a lot of discussions going on, but there really is more work to be done in that area. We mentioned the politics of the race politics of philanthropy and some of the ways in which we need to tackle that and the work that we need to do. And also, Derek, you talked about big picture thinking, that actually, you know, the kind of siloed ways of being, the kind of reactions to particular events, but then maybe they fizzle out. But actually, we've got to think big picture and long term, and as I said earlier, collectively. And that we are building on a history, a really rich history of political and social activism. And there's infinite opportunities for us to add to that, whether it's through philanthropy or through other actions, but the opportunities are there. So I'd like to thank my two guests for being around the fire with me, and I'd like to thank you all for being part of this conversation and for staying with the conversation, because I know we've run over slightly. We are around, we're all around over the next few days, so please, you know, we'd like to engage with you. So I know Tashana's going to come and do the closing, but I'd like to say please enjoy your evening, and we look forward to further conversations over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Can you tell that that conversation was led by a CEO? Yes, very rich, very deep. And the fireside really got the room warm. Do you agree? Absolutely so. And this is a space where, as Derek said, we create levels of action. And we're absolutely not afraid to challenge each other, to ask the tough questions in this space. As brothers and sisters, it's okay to keep each other accountable, to challenge each other, to ask each other about the meaning of our work, the way we take grants, the way we give grants, because there are Black organizations that are also giving grants, and we need more and more Black organizations giving grants. And when we do take grants from those who want to write our narratives, how are we using those grants to create the narratives that we want to create? Because I also believe in that. So once again, thank you so much for dissecting the race politics of philanthropy in such an amazing way. We're accepting the challenge, Dr. Duncan. And I'm saying, out of this conference, can we challenge ourselves to have at least 10% of the world's information being driven by Africans? Would we accept that challenge? At least 10%. So today, from 2% to 10%. Somebody should write that paper from the University of Nairobi. I shan't be misquoted again. So we want to move from 2% to 10%. So I'm challenging somebody to write that paper, 2% to 10%. African writing our own narratives and influencing the rest of the world. I'm also challenging us to reclaim our place as the cradle of humanity. I'm sure you are ready after all of that heat for some afternoon tea. Yes, at this conference you are well fed. So this is how we're bringing the curtains down with that powerful fireside chat on day one. Can you believe that? That was day one of the 2023 Global African Diaspora Summit. We spoke about repairing, reclaiming, and reframing. And tomorrow we go even deeper, delving into climate change. Are you ready for tomorrow? All right. So once again, it's my pleasure. Your Master of Ceremonies, Tashana Mullings. Please, this evening, as you network, reflect on the conversations today and the actions that you will take. Enjoy afternoon tea and see you tomorrow.
I don't ever leave your side. I will never leave your side. I will never, never. I dedicate my life to you, my guy. Even if I don't be rough, I don't mind. 'Cause you be my G for life.
As I never see you online, if they worry me and if they give me consign, yeah, I be ringing on your cellular. Where you at? My body no fit settle down.